And it's time for more Minecraft. Or what you say, collecting a lot of fishes. It's time for some Fishemon. Gonna catch them all. Yeah, and let's see. Yeah, Formula 1 IndyCar happened. I would say yesterday, but it's actually I mean, it happened Sunday, and for me it's Tuesday. So will it be yesterday? But in my mind, I would say yesterday. Okay, and we will. Oh fuck me. Where is that information? 1435. 1435. 2700. So let's see, how many can we get today? See, 40 I usually get. 20. We could maybe get past 1500 today. But I don't know. Oh yeah. What I mean with the Formula 1 was not yesterday, but you can say yesterday maybe. At least 1 hour and 15 minutes ago. It would be more correct to say yesterday. That is yeah, Autosport, P1, the race, all the big channels have done the video on the Canadian Grand Prix, the Grand Prix race. So while I'm collecting all the fishes, all the Formula 1 stuff will be watched. Let's see, the Autosport. Oh yeah, fucking P1. No, not P1. Formula's Nation. Let's see what it's called. Oh shit. Man, that's loud. F1 Nation podcast. Okay, F1 Nation podcast. Yeah, so that something was 50 minutes. And then Autosport 36 minutes. P1 will probably be 30 minutes, maybe. So we can at least say 3 hours will probably all the Formula 1 content take. So let's see. Oh yeah, I've not put any there yet. So I'm hoping I will at least get up to 1500 or more. But that we will see. Wait, did that? Yeah, I must have. Man, I don't remember if I have already taken one of them. I think I did. I must have. At least this is the first one I can 100% remember that I took today. Oh yeah, let's see. How is with the buckets? No buckets there. And I need to place down this always also. So more buckets is needed to be created. And that I'm hoping for Trident to drop. If no Trident drops in this stream, then kinda 100% there must be a bug in getting Trident. Or maybe it's actually accurate to what it should be. Maybe they have removed the bug that I thought was how it should be. I mean, that could be it. But man, getting Tridents nowadays is apparently really hard. Or maybe have always been hard. And I've been lucky that they made a bug that made it more easy to get Tridents. And like, I have get more Tridents in one day than I been this, not this week, last week. I mean, this is under 1 week, more or less. Not one, let's say game time. Let's say if I play 2 hours. Oh, one more fish for the collection. 2 hours. And I get maybe 1 Trident. Let me say 6 hours, 1 Trident. So 12. So in 1 day I can maybe get 4 Tridents if I play for 1 day. And I feel like that doesn't happen anymore. Now let's see, 1 week, more than 2 hours. So 14 hours and still no Trident. So, and also that can also make so here don't get any more Tridents. They lost a lot of zombies have also killed themselves by attacking me, so I not got the looting hit. Like that. So, I mean that... Oh! 100%... Yeah, it's 100% black. Blackfish black. Yeah, it have some grey. It's like a Batman color. Black and really, really dark grey. Oh, 1 more fish for the collection. Not 100% cyan, but almost. Cyan light blue. We should maybe place some down here. 1, 2, so 11. 11 more. They can be placed in a shulker box. Man, I feel like a really good start. I've collected so many tropical fishes. Yeah, but it will be amazing when I get to 1,700. Then just 1,000 left. And then it will slowly go down. And then I wanna... That's something I don't know yet. Do the normal fishes count in the tropical fish system for the more special fishes. Like this fish is white and gray, you can say. Do a version of this exist that have the not the name but the color white and gray? Or is this the version of that fish? Oh, Sophia Floersch. And that I will learn if... man, that would be so annoying to find. But they usually are... the special fish usually are with fishes that are not similar to it. Or similar to it. I believe. But if I am wrong, I'm not like whatever the fish is, the 100% yellow. Will it called yellow, or because this is already 100% yellow? This is the version of that one. But that we will learn. Maybe. At least it will be 100% confirmed when I have all the fishes. But yeah. Look like it will not be any more fishes, so we can well go and start the Formula 1 stuff. And man, Norris could have won that race. That's somewhat sad. Thanks to maybe Logan Sargent that made so Norris couldn't win that race. I mean, he was fast on the rain tire, and then the safety car stuff happened. That man. Not fun. Well, let's see what they have to say.
Come rain or shine, Max Verstappen delivered a precise and commanding victory at the circuit Gilles Villeneuve to take the top step of the podium for the 2024 F1 Canadian Grand Prix. Lando Norris brought it home for McLaren in second place, and George Russell finished third after a close battle with his
first podium for Mercedes, and George Russell got it. He got the first win 2022 for Mercedes since 2021. He now got the first podium this year for Mercedes. So many first stuff George Russell got.
Fourth place teammate Lewis Hamilton.
Oh, one more fish for the collection.
Laps. Max did have to work.
Here we see special fish near other fishes. Man, so many shells I'm collecting. I feel like I will have soon a stack of these shells. And I still just have 2 of these Heart of the Sea. It's like, what will I do with all these fucking... with all these shells? Natureless shell. Oh shit, one more fish for the collection. 11 more fishes before 11 more fishes until I need to place them down. And I need to. It is so more easily if it's just 11. Then I don't need to move around the fishes. Well, that I maybe should start doing. Every time I get fish that are an S fish. Because when I will done place all the fishes in a chest, I go from in alphabet order. So B first, then C, then the D, then the G, then the K, and then S. Oh, one more fish for the collection. Oh yeah, back to
Work for it.
Formula 1.
Navigating changing weather conditions, concerns over his suspension, and both Norris and Russell leading the race at various stages, but he remained cool, calm and collected. The win. Here's how they finished. Verstappen in first, and he leads the Drivers' Championship by 56 points
He still leads the championship.
over Leclerc. Norris in second place, Russell third, Hamilton fourth.
Oh, okay, I was thinking, wait, what? But it's how they finish
Then
in the
Piastri
race,
in
not
fifth.
in how they are in
Alonso
the
and Stroll in sixth and
championship.
seventh, Daniel Ricciardo in 8th, and Gasly and Ocon in 9th and 10th for Alpine. Hulkenberg and Magnussen finished in 11th and
Oh yeah, two more. Oh, still thinking the championship, but this is how they
12th. Those two
ended
taking the
in the
gamble to start on
race.
wets, but ultimately it didn't pay off as much as they'd hoped. Then it was Bottas in 13th, Tsunoda in 14th, and Zhou Guanyu, the final finisher, in 15th. And those who didn't finish, well, they were Sargent, Leclerc, Perez, Sainz, and Albon. A disaster for Ferrari after the success in Monaco just a couple of weeks ago. Well, to talk through the race, I'm delighted to have trackside Jake Boxall-Legg and also our US Autosport editor, Charles Bradley. It's great to have you here. First of all, JBL, you got the race you were after, didn't you? A wet one, sort of.
Yeah, I was looking forward to a little bit of rain. Always the great leveler, as the cliche goes. And yeah, it threw a lot of spanners in the works, starting off wet. A lot of teams had to kind of adapt and cope. A little bit more rain came. Just
one more
was
fish
drying
for the
out.
collection.
So, a lot to be aware of. A lot of strategy work
Must
that the
well
teams had to do to
playfish.
try and get on
Yeah,
top of it. So
playfish.
yeah, it was an exciting one, and it always is around here.
It's always a nice one. I mean, Charles, you wrote in one of your columns that it was a wet and wild event, and it kind of was, wasn't it? But it was a very different performance from Max Verstappen. It was a calm and precise performance from him where, truth be told, elsewhere it was a bit messy, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, Max was, again, just masterful, wasn't he? He does everything just so perfectly well and always comes up smelling of roses. On the flip side, on the other side of the garage, Sergio Perez was pretty pathetic, wasn't he, really? Mercedes had a day where they had a car that looked like it could contend for the victory, and then
Nope.
it got a little bit messy.
It
and,
never did.
They fell a little bit short. McLaren looked really good at times too. And yeah, and then you've got Ferrari at the other end of the scale. They were just plain old flipping foul, weren't they?
Flipping foul, yeah, exactly. They had an absolute shocker, didn't they? We'll come to them in a little bit, but first of all,
One
Jacob,
more
let's just talk about Max
fish
Verstappen,
for the
because there was this
collection.
couple of moments through the race with some radio messages back and forth to his team. One, he mentioned that he thought he was having his suspension had locked or something. Can you tell us what he meant by that and what was going on?
Yeah, so
Nu är det prisras på extra. Det
Oh my
betyder
god,
ett
this-
sänkt ordinarie pris på över 500 varor så att du kan handla billigare och till ännu lägre priser. Håll bara utkik efter prisrassymbolen så vet du vilka varor det gäller. Riktigt schysst, tycker vi.
Jag ser det komma över pumpplan där vi laddar bilen här om dagen. Du kom ju hit för att du skulle få en somrig mjukglass med
Huh. Oh shit. Fucking go away, ad. Oh shit. Fucking sound. But yeah, fucking two snooper, orange, white. The fuck? And they were next to each other. Huh. Interesting. Go back to the video.
Just back and forth to his team. One, he mentioned that he thought he was having his suspension had locked or something. Can you tell us what he meant by that and what was going on?
Yeah, so I think it was more of a sort of turn of phrase more than anything, but we know how this Red Bull's set up, and the suspension is very stiffly sprung because, as we know, that's the way that the floor likes to work. So it got to a point where perhaps in the start he was kind of attacking the curbs a little bit more as it dried out, but the thing is, because the suspension's so stiff, it kind of acts like it sort of almost couples with the unsprung mass of the car.
Oh, one more.
So from that point on, he just had to completely avoid curbs, which, you know, that kind of not saved his race as such, but saved him from a few headaches and anything like that. So I think that was basically where he was coming from there. So it's just a Red Bull limitation that they know that they've got. They're trying to improve it, and they're pretty confident they can do without compromising on the rest of the car. So yeah, that's basically the situation from Max's standpoint.
He said after the race, didn't he, that it was a problem that they knew about, that they were going to deal with. It's also quite ironic as well. He said that he couldn't drive on a curb because it might knock him out, and then he went and drove on curbs. So it's that usual thing, isn't it? It's you kind of hear what they say and then you see what they do, and it's very different, Charles.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's just he's got the handle on that car completely.
I mean, what I would say on that is, you mention every problem you have, the slightest problem you see. I mean, he can complain about fucking his what was it called, hand gear, what the fuck you call it, the gloves. I mean, every problem is maybe not that important, but I think that the reason why you hear problems from Max Verstappen is, well, you want to mention every problem. He at that time see, and it can mean maybe nothing for the race, but they still feel it.
I think he's driving to such a finite level.
Yeah, so every slightly problem he have, he will mention. It's like maybe he feel like yeah, I mean, you can maybe start complaining that the seat is too bad.
Feels these tiny things, and he explains them as if they're a huge deal. That you
Yeah,
think,
this is maybe a raindrop on the visor. That is the biggest problem.
that the car's about to, you know, either break down or a wheel's going to fall off or something like that. And apart from, I guess, Australia, where he had the brake fire, it's just those.
Yeah, his hands are too hot. Maybe there's some fire in the car. You know, can be every small problem. It's talk like it's the biggest problem ever.
Tiny things that he just needs to find to be perfect, really, and he just keeps delivering so many times, even when the car was difficult to drive.
The biggest, I don't know, joke when Lewis Hamilton say his tires are gone and then do the fastest lap. Someone like that.
It clearly was throughout the weekend. It wasn't their cleanest weekend, but they.
Oh my God! They have. Man, it been a long time ago. Lewis Hamilton did that. I mean, now when they say his tires are gone, they are actually gone. So, reverse joke from being just a joke, from being reality.
Again, they got the job done.
Yeah, they certainly did, and that's 3 wins on bounce for him in Canada, which is very, very impressive. Now, what about his teammate then? Starting all the way back
6,
down that
9,
grid, it was
11.
always
Oh,
going to be
it's
tough for
11.
Sergio Perez, but a weekend for him to forget, wouldn't you say, Charles? I think that's...
That can you really say? I mean, you can say the Monaco race was so much better for him because he DNF'd in the after turn 1, so he didn't have to. Oh fuck me! What was that I was planning to do? Where do we have the special fishes? There we have the snooper. They need to be placed in a special box. Not often you collect 2 fishes that have the same, look the same, that also spawn near each other. Sadly, I took up the first one before the other one, before I could take a screenshot. Somewhat depressing. Okay, I need to take 2 more, and then the shulker box is full.
Pretty fair.
Well, I don't know. They've just re-signed him as the best option to be Max's teammate for the next 2 years. So.
Yeah, and I believe that's. I mean, it could be the biggest reason why Max Verstappen will stay in Red Bull. Is that they need to have Perez in the under seat. If they want Max, Perez need to be there. If they don't want Max, and then they can remove Sergio Perez. I mean, why would they? I mean, after Monaco, why would they do a 2-year deal with Sergio Perez, or 1 year plus 1 year, or whatever, with Sergio Perez? If there is nothing big that can happen if they don't sign him. So that's my belief, but who knows?
So his bank account's probably looking all right, but yeah, 2 crashes
It
on
does.
the trot. You know, he's
Not the Red Bull's bank account. It probably looked really bad. First off the Monaco race crash, then signing him, then the wing that got destroyed in the next race.
He's 5th in points in the best car. He's been on the front row twice all year.
And they get 0 points. They pay for 0 points. That's
Yeah,
something.
you know, he's got no poles. He's got 2 Q1 exits on the bounce. And Helmut Marko is obviously very important in the Red Bull setup. Says he has psychological issues. Well, he needs to get that sorted out really quickly and get back on track. You know, if this keeps going on, certainly Barcelona's a real litmus test, isn't it? You know, that track's so indicative of what's to come in the rest of the year. If he doesn't get his act together shortly,
one more.
then that 2-year contract might not be worth the paper it's written on.
I
When
need
you're
to
not
make
feeling
more
very well,
buckets.
someone says, "Oh, come on, you'll be all right," and you think, "Yeah, but currently I'm not feeling
One
all
more
right." Or
for
you
the
bang your head
collection.
and someone says, "Oh, mind your head," and it's a bit too late. How helpful is it when somebody like Helmut Marko is saying, "Oh, it's psychological problems, it's not the car"? How's that helping Sergio Perez? Charles, take
guess
that one.
Yeah, I guess it very much depends on the individual, isn't it? Some people like an arm around them. I think to Max Verstappen, you could say that. I think you could be very straightforward to him because I think he's very straightforward to other people. And I think Sergio is probably the opposite of that. You know, I don't think he's a shrinking violet or anything like that. I think he is quite a tough nut, but he just has to get over this problem with he's having with the car at the moment, because you know Max is performing week in week out, and Sergio's just underperforming, and he just needs to. And if it takes a kick up the backside, I don't know what it does really, but he's either going to be a cuddle or a kick up the backside to get him back on track.
Yeah, it's a weird dynamic. A kick and a cuddle at the same time, maybe.
Yeah.
Now, JBL, McLaren, I think they might be maybe a bit disappointed. 2nd and 5th for them.
Well, somewhat disappointed. See, that's done. That's done. I would say that Oscar Piastri couldn't. When the end of the race comes, his tires just go away. That I would say more disappointed than Lando Norris not winning. I mean, it could have been Lando Norris 2 and Oscar Piastri 3, but not even that. He'd become 5th.
With Norris and Piastri respectively. They seem to have the pace though to do better than they did.
Yeah, and Lando Norris said that he should have won the race. Pure and simple, and it wasn't a matter of, let's say, missing the boat with the safety car. It wasn't like a Miami situation where he took the lead because Verstappen was stuck behind the safety car. He wasn't stuck behind the safety car. He said that there was an opportunity for them to pit, and ultimately McLaren didn't react to that time window that he had. So they had to go round another lap. by which point he'd caught the safety car. And so that kind of pit stop delta was no longer there. And he was in a situation where basically it was bordering on 10 seconds, that lead, and that had evaporated because of that safety car time loss. And even the sort of like reduced time loss of a pit stop under the safety car didn't help him, and ultimately he dropped down to third. So that was basically the nail in his coffin. It wasn't like...
And that's thanks for Logan Sargent, because he crashed out and couldn't get the start going. One more fish for the collection. He died. Yeah, continue.
His latest stop, when he tried to build a 2-lap offset with the intermediate tyre, actually he said that was very, very helpful, because he was in a position where he didn't feel like he could attack, and then suddenly he could sort of have a little bit more of a go of it in that situation. So I think McLaren kind of giveth with one hand a little bit later on, but they'd already taken with the other, unfortunately. Yeah, he did genuinely believe that he should have won that race.
He was very good in the post-race interview that I saw on TV.
One more fish
Charles,
collection?
because he didn't moan about the safety car. He didn't say, "Oh, I can't really complain because it played into my hands when I won," you know, and so I can't really complain about it. But you can see there's a different temperament about Lando Norris now. He seems to be, you know, he's won a race, that monkey's off his back. He seems to be a very, very different driver and a more composed.
Of course, he is. Yeah, he don't need to think about winning his first race. He can just think about winning the next race. So a lot of stuff in what he will be thinking about have been removed. So yes, different driver.
Driver and character off track too.
No! Fuck off, Ed! Don't wanna see you. Go away. There's 5 more seconds. Oh, and I'm also an adult, so it's needed. Oh, back to the video. Fucking McLaren Lego car.
To be
Nice.
He's won a race, that monkey's off his back. He seems to be a very, very different driver and a more composed driver and character off track too.
Yeah, I said this in our show after he won in Miami, that I thought this was the sort of trick.
I mean, one thing I believe it can also be a really 100% thing for him. Every race start, if he get pole position or close to pole, like the mind of, oh, I need to win this race to get my first win, can just the stuff he don't maybe doesn't need to think about anymore, because he already won a race, so he doesn't really need to win one more race. He doesn't need to win the first race.
Trigger point that could really allow him to kick on and win regularly, or appear, you know, even more regularly on the podium, and I think that's exactly what he's doing right now. I thought it was quite funny to hear from the engineers as it swayed backwards and forwards, didn't it? The first safety car benefited Max, and then the second one kind of brought it back in, and you know, I did, as JBL was just alluding to, I loved his attempted overcut there that really nearly came off. If the track had just stayed a little bit wetter, because the crossover point just came a little bit too soon for him. But I also agree that not pitting that first time was the error, and you know, it was difficult to bounce back from there. But you know, it's like they do in NASCAR. You know, if you've got some new boots, chuck them on. You know, smoke them if you've got them. Don't leave the tyres in the warmers in the pits. Just get them on and go for it.
Yeah, Charles is right about Lando's attitude. He did say in the press conference after the race that McLaren is now a winning team for the first time in 3 years, and so it has to cut its cloth, I guess, accordingly.
Where is Mercedes?
It now has to sort of expect to win these kinds of races. So he was a bit disappointed that he hadn't. I think, you know, obviously teams.
Oh my god, McLaren can now won the second race this season, and where is Mercedes? They are celebrating getting the first podium this season. That's something.
That, and they'll come back from it and be stronger the next time. And Formula One teams, I guess it's almost an allegory for life, really. You do learn a lot from the failures you make. But obviously you kind of also wish that you hadn't made them. So I think they'll sort of go back to Woking, tail a little bit between their legs, but obviously, you know, next time they'll sort of have something a little bit stronger in their arsenal, because as you know, they've spent so many years in the doldrums, they're still on their way back up.
Yeah, they're starting to close the gap up around them, aren't they? They've really started to make inroads on both Red Bull and on Ferrari as well, which we will come to, I'm sure. But very quickly, this is all your fault, by the way, JBL, because you wanted this kind of wet, dry, wet race, and that's kind of what we got. And there was this it was a crucial moment in the race, or a crucial point in the race, really, where it was, do we change on to the slicks? Do we stay on the inters? Where do we go? And what do you think? I mean, do we think that maybe Hamilton and Russell got them changed too early, and Piastri and Norris did it all too late? What do we think? What general consensus of opinion?
I think, as we've kind of sort of like discussed about the over.
Hamilton, can you say did it maybe too early? Did you feel like didn't he lose more than he gained because of that?
Cut attempt. I think that did ultimately kind of work out. I think, you know, they weren't going to gain anything by doing exactly the same as Verstappen and Russell ahead. That was kind of McLaren's shot of having a go, and Piastri kind of came at the other end of that. He'd stopped a little bit sooner than the rest. So there were a lot of moving pieces there. I think kind of about the time Verstappen and Russell pitted, that was probably the optimum time, because as we saw by the time Norris had come out, although it was still very wet on the pit exit, you know, they'd got their tyres up to temperature by that point. So yeah, again, a lot of sort of moving parts. The interesting bit was after the second safety car, to Mercedes pitting again. The interesting part about that was Russell and both Russell and Hamilton were a little bit unsure about that after the race. Hamilton said if he'd known that Russell had gone onto the medium tyres, then he might have stayed out. Russell said in a press conference that he was actually feeling quite good on the hard tyres that he'd already been given. So, you know, if he'd had a little bit more information, he might have felt a little bit more enfranchised to stay out as well. So, yeah, I think Mercedes sort of came a little away from it thinking, was that the right call? They still got a podium out of it, obviously, but yeah, there's a chance for them to have two. So, you know, ifs, buts and maybes.
Yeah, and I'm sure they'll be picking through it for a fair bit on the flight home and after that as well. Let's just quickly jump over to Mercedes then. And your thoughts, Charles, on this one, because it was a cracking fight really near the end, but on the TV, certainly on the British TV with Sky Sports anyway, there was a moment in the commentary where Crofty was the commentator saying
one more fish for the
George
collection.
Russell always seems to make a mistake, and it was more of it wasn't really him accusing Russell of not being a lead driver, but there was that question mark hanging over him. What are your thoughts there? Because he has done it. He finished third today, so it's great, but he has thrown away other opportunities. He's only had one win in Formula One so far.
Yeah, I think it was that moment over the curbs, wasn't it, where he was trying to push on. I think he just got ahead of Norris, if I'm correct. Yeah, and I thought that was a little bit harsh at the time. George is obviously going to lead this team next year, and he needs a car that's capable to win. And I think this weekend, for once, I think they almost had it. They almost had it right there, didn't they? What they really needed was the track position. Again, George had it, but the race just didn't fall his way, did it? He looked reasonably strong out front at the start of the race. Obviously, Max put him under a little bit of pressure, and then
oh yeah, Max Verstappen did a mistake that made he lose time against Russell.
But then when Lando's car suddenly came alive, that really sort of kind of tripped him up, and then he had the trip over the chicane when he had the moment with Piastri as well. So, you know, maybe Crofty does have a point. Maybe he is right there that George does have a mistake in him. But, you know, he beat Lewis at the end of the day. I very much like the fact that they let them fight, and they had a nice fight over what became third place in the end. And, yeah, I think they're definitely finally Mercedes could be on the right trajectory, and again we'll see if that
Finally, yeah. From 2021, then now 2024, 3 years later, finally maybe find something.
test in Barcelona for the next race.
Yeah, JBL, what's been going on at Mercedes? How come they've had this big leap and this move on? Don't forget, I mean,
Big
George Russell
leap.
finished third with a really good fight with Lewis Hamilton right at the end, and Lewis Hamilton got the fastest lap. So something's been going on. What's happened?
I think it's been sort of like this continuous, and it's quite almost nebulous concept, but it's adding balance to the car. And
It would be so amazing if next race they're bad again.
the W15, it was a
So what
sort of very
progress
clean
did you
sheet
do?
design when it first
Nothing, okay.
emerged. Very, very different to its predecessors. It was something that Mercedes needed to spend a little bit of time working out.
Will Ferrari be this bad again? Probably not.
In the opening races, it had that sort of like relatively controversial front wing, and I think the team had decided that was the best way forward for the car in that current specification. They needed to do other things around the car, floor, addressing sort of the envelope, I guess, of developing downforce and that kind of thing. And once they'd sort of hit upon what was, I guess, the right formula a few races ago, there was this new front wing that came in for Monaco, and that just seems to have set everything off. They came with another update for Canada as well, which was just some changes to kind of the front corner, so suspension, brake ducts, that kind of area. It's just all about basically trying to make sure
One
the car
more
is as balanced
fish
as
for
possible.
the collection.
Going through what Lewis Hamilton has already said this
I
weekend
already
about
had that one.
where the car has struggled. He said that stability sort of overall has been better this year, and particularly sort of on corner entry. But when you're in that cornering phase, that's when the car starts to get a little bit sideways and a little bit unpredictable. So all of these changes have just been about addressing that and making sure the car is a lot more predictable to drive. And once they've been able to do that, it was sort of getting that front wing on and dialed in Monaco, and now both cars have had it in Canada. It just seems to be the case that it's a lot more balanced. It seems to be doing what the drivers want it to do.
Yeah, for now. Let's see when there is no rain and just no. Oh shit! One more, and then we have one more stack of. And 2 more for tropical fish. How many? 3 more shells. Then we have 1 stack of each. Yeah, when it's not wet. Let's see how good they are when the Ferrari is also up there.
Going through the GPS data the other day, it just seemed to sort of serve that. Going through Verstappen and Russell's qualifying laps back to back, Mercedes also sort of had a little bit more on the straights. Out of traction, it was a lot stronger as well. It's just maybe a little bit more work is needed on that sort of in-corner balance, because that's where Verstappen was a lot stronger.
Yes.
But over the rest of the lap, the car seems to be very much improved.
Now, post-race, George Russell said it was a missed opportunity.
One
although
more
it was a good thing
fish
they
for
got
the
their
collection.
first podium of the season. I can't believe it. 9 races in, 18 opportunities to get a podium. They've secured 1, Charles, but they've done it anyway. They've got their first podium of the season. But Lewis Hamilton said
First podium this season. Yeah, this is so amazing.
race that the car had the performance. I think he enjoyed himself out there today, didn't he, Lewis? But it had the performance
Not from the interview, he didn't sound like he was
to win the race. Now, is
happy
that
about it.
a bit over-optimistic, or is that real, do you think?
I think it was a little bit over-optimistic, certainly from Lewis's point of view. After qualifying, he left himself with way too much to do, getting stuck behind Fernando in that first
One
stint,
more fish for the
until
collection.
the round of pit stops was never going to help his cause. As I said earlier, I think George was the guy who did have the shot at winning today. Things didn't really fall their way after a pretty strong first stint on those in those wet conditions. But I think it's a little bit of a stretch to say that they've got they're completely back in the hunt and then expect them to go to Barcelona.
Yeah, copium.
You know, and set pole position again. I mean, obviously, what happened on Saturday was quite surreal with the 0.00 seconds between them, and you know, Lando just the 21 thousandths further back. So, I mean, more of that, please. But I just think it is a little bit over optimistic to expect that. Let's say.
True.
Okay, so what about the team then that were looking so strong coming into Canada? 24 points off the back of Red Bull, looking really, really good. They won at Monaco. They were flying high, and then the wheels pretty much fell off, didn't they, JBL? We know what happened to Carlos Sainz. He decided to take out Alex Albon as a bit of collateral damage. But what's going on there? It was a disastrous weekend. Talk us through the permutations of both.
Oh my god, it's the nightmare race. It's like nothing was funny for Leclerc. Maybe more fun for Sainz, but not Leclerc.
Yeah, I think.
No! Okay, 5 seconds more. Fucking air time.
I think it all sort of had its genesis in, you know, obviously sort of very limited dry weather practice. That's when you really earn your money, and that's where you really have to extrapolate from incomplete data. And a lot of teams got it right and hit upon the right kind of setup in FP3, but Ferrari were finding a lot on Saturday morning that they just weren't getting their tyres into the right window.
They didn't succeed with anything. I mean, they were 11 and 12.
They don't really know why. They don't know what they were doing particularly that was different to other teams. Carlos Sainz suggested that it was probably tyre prep and things like that.
Something.
But then just going through the race as well, that set them on the back foot, because obviously they were eliminating Q2, but they were never really there in the race either. They really kind of struggled, particularly in the wet conditions. Both sort of drivers had their, well, Charles Leclerc particularly had a powertrain issue that he was managing. He was, you know, pretty active.
Oh my god, what if that happened in Monaco? He's leading the race, and it's like nothing can stop him. He will 100% win this race, and then the engine just gives up on him. Oh my god, that would be so depressing for him. At least it was a race when he was already bad, so...
Wheel to try and alleviate the symptoms. He said, you know, the suggestion over the radio was that he was losing about half a second. Sometimes it was more than that. So he was sort of very much out of the race at that point because he was just getting overtaken quite a lot in the dry. In the wet, it wasn't so much of a limitation, but when the circuit started to dry out, he said he was a sitting duck. For Sainz, yeah, similar struggles, but he was struggling a little bit more in the wet weather. When it started to get dry and once he was on slicks, he felt that he was able to fight a little bit more, but in saying that, he felt that he was taking a lot more risk as well. And
wait, are we talking about Carlos Sainz now?
In saying that, he felt that he was taking a lot more risk as
Probably.
well.
Oh shit.
And so he, especially in sector 2, he was trying to sort of stay close.
He ruined Alex Albon's race. So mean. Alex Albon can maybe get more points for Williams.
Stay close through the hairpin as well and try and get somebody with DRS, because there was a bit of a DRS train forming ahead of him. And then he just ended up putting a wheel on the grass, spinning, and poor old Alex Albon just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, and that... hey, let's see. Is there any new news about that? News... if he got any penalty. Wolf admits Mercedes had a short dream of victory in Montreal after Russell's strong start. Okay. Doesn't look like anything have happened. Okay. Back to the video.
It was very, very unfortunate for Albon because he had a fantastic race. Yeah,
I mean, something... Oh shit, something should maybe happen. I mean, he didn't break enough. I mean, safety... I don't know, penalty... But something. Reckless... driving, maybe? I don't know. But something.
Had a bit of a stinker from his perspective, and Leclerc's race was kind of a non-starter, really. So, really difficult day for Ferrari. No points on the board, not even a finish on the board. So that's going to be a huge dent in the Constructors' Championship.
Yeah, what you don't want is a double retirement, do you? You want at least one of your drivers to score, like Red Bull did. Now, Charles, with Ferrari looking, on the high from Monaco,
One more
coming
fish for the
here and having
collection.
this disastrous weekend, it's going to be compounded. Surely they're going to be a bit more concerned
Purple
heading back to
red.
Europe, to Barcelona, of the gains that McLaren and Mercedes have made.
Yeah, if I was them, I would be worried. I'd say the real concern was the 28 points that both McLaren and Mercedes gained on them, thanks to their 0 points in the constructors'
Wait, no, don't mention Mercedes. McLaren, sure, but not Mercedes.
Championship today. And before that, they'd looked actually quite competitive towards Red Bull. Obviously, got a huge points haul in Monaco. I think Red Bull only scored 8, didn't they? It was definitely their worst weekend for a long time. But yes, I think what they'll hope to find in Barcelona is that they go back to that momentum, that sort of snowball effect that they had going previously, where they had pretty good, strong performance in the. Hope to find in Barcelona is that they go back to that momentum, that sort of snowball effect that they had going previously, where they had pretty good, strong.
So much needed
in the previous races coming here, and hope that as
one more.
Carlos Sainz suggests, that
Lime,
this was just a
light
one-off.
grey.
As JBL said, they just couldn't get the tyres working in the window, and a good example of it was Carlos's spin, because it was just really, really odd, wasn't it? It was like in the middle of the corner where the car's not really. They're probably going at its slowest speed. It just swapped ends on him, got a proper swapper on. It's like one of those MotoGP front end folds where you just can't explain why that happened. But yeah, it made him look quite dumb. And then organisationally they had the sort of Hail Mary of going for putting slicks on when it was raining. That wasn't the greatest day in the pits for.
Oh well, they put on done. It started raining.
The guys either, and
I
obviously
believe
a technical problem. That's something that they need to get on top of, and just hope that they haven't lost another ICE.
Yeah, I imagine it'll be a bit of a concern for them. Now, one team that will be fairly happy, not maybe very happy, but fairly happy with what they achieved
Alpine.
this weekend is Aston Martin, finishing 6th and 7th, Alonso and Stroll respectively, JBL. A good result for Aston Martin, and maybe not making ground up on those ahead of them, but gaining some decent points and a bit of space between those behind them, shall we say.
Yeah, definitely. I think Alonso did say the sort of P6 was kind of the maximum that he could expect, and behind the Red Bull, McLaren's, Mercedes, that pretty much sort of stands up. I don't think he said that it was one of his best races, because he said that quite a lot, and if he had, it would be one of probably about 100 best races he's ever had. But on a serious note, Aston Martin's been sort of relatively diligently making progress. I guess one of the criticisms levelled at it was that when it brings updates to a race, it doesn't necessarily switch them on quite as quickly as, say, McLaren does. It's not that kind of as instantaneous. But speaking to Tom McCulloch this morning for his usual Aston Martin kind of post-qualifying debrief, P-race sort of briefing, he was pretty confident that Aston was understanding the scope of the updates that it have brought. It continues to bring more. It's got more planned for the next few races. So things are just sort of relatively quietly building. Obviously, Barcelona will be the big test of that. Aerodynamically, it's a car that's a lot more efficient than last year's. It's just not hit the same heights as last year, and I think that's just mainly due to the relative progress of everybody else, and Aston not making the same steps over the winter. There's sort of relatively sort of tentative reason to be cheerful there. They did a good job this weekend. It's just up to them to keep that going and eventually try and factor in podium fights once again, as it had.
Yeah, but they will probably fight for more podiums with Honda and Sonoda when Stroll finally leaves the team
last year.
Yeah, if we keep on looking further afield, I mean, Daniel Ricciardo, we'll look at other drivers. We're going to kind of touch on as many as we can, but Daniel
One
Ricciardo
more fish for the
finally
collection.
got some points in a Grand Prix as opposed to a sprint race, but decent points haul for him. And it would have been more for RB had a Sonoda not spun turn 9 4 laps from the end. But both of them, Charles, just quick thoughts on both drivers performance-wise.
Well, I certainly think Daniel needed a good weekend, didn't he, after the kind of shoe-in that Jack Villeneuve gave him on Sky on Friday.
One more.
That certainly didn't seem to go down well with him, did it? But I think, again, it's almost going back to that Helmut Marko approach, isn't it? Do you need to kick up the backside or a cuddle? I think he did need a bit of a kick, and I think he's reacted in a very strong way. He was saying that it was finally he's put together an entire weekend. Miami was a bit of a half, wasn't it? With the sprint race, he was really good, and then the actual race, he wasn't really there. Let's just hope he can keep this momentum going.
True.
And claw his way back towards to the front end of the grid, because we know that he can do it. We know from 10 years ago here he made one of the most fantastic drives to win the race. And it's always good to see him up near the front. And then
You mean 8 years ago?
Sonoda, again, another typically attacking drive from him today, and then he just overdid it. I don't know if he was legitimately trying to go to the left of the arrows board that he then took out, and almost took out that battle of 4 cars as well, didn't he? I think he had a very near miss with one of the Haas guys. But again, he's exciting to watch, and it's fun to see him around.
It's always fun to see him around. It's also fun to see other teams finishing inside the top 10, and Alpine did a decent job, didn't they, this weekend? JBL, they got 9th and 10th respectively, with Gasly and Ocon avoiding each other.
Two
which I
more.
think is the first thing we should say. They avoided each other out on track. And do you think this is going to give them, as a team, the Enstone lot, a bit of a boost as they head to Barcelona next time out?
In some ways, yes. In a lot of ways, no. I spoke to Esteban Ogone in the pen, and so for context, at the end of the race, there was a team orders call between him and Pierre Gasly. Ocon was asked to basically let Gasly through. They were sitting in 9th and 10th at the time. They hoped that they could try and get after Daniel Ricciardo ahead. And you could hear Ocon on the radio. He was a little bit het up about it and a little bit disappointed. Eventually acquiesced, and as he said in the pen, did his bit. But this is kind of the kicker. He was expecting perhaps the team to let Gasly back through on the final.
I wonder if the team was like, let's fuck Ocon up. Let's say Gasly make that happen, and then we don't make Gasly get it back.
Lap, because as Ocon put it, Ricciardo was already 2.5 seconds ahead, so it would have been a little bit impossible for them to try and catch him in the final laps. As it happened, that his assessment was right. They never reversed the position, so Ocon was understandably absolutely furious. As again, he said he did his bit, but he didn't understand why Alpine didn't do its own bit. And it's true that they did avoid each other, but one can't help but think this is a legacy of the team now splitting up with Ocon, as it was announced earlier this week. Ocon won't be part of the team in 2025, and you can make your own conclusions about that, certainly, but Ocon was...
Yeah, they're 100% backing Gasly now. Esteban can't just do what we say, so Gasly can look good.
Even though he'd scored a point in 10th, which has been a rare occurrence this season, he was understandably, and I'll put this delicately, quite aggrieved by the decision. So, obviously not doing their bit for team harmony, Alpine. If, there was sort of, talks in NATO or something, that is not the first team that I would choose to do any kind of de-escalation or anything like that. But nonetheless, they adapted to the conditions. They kept Ocon out for a very long time.
Fuck me.
To try and
100% pink.
score. It worked quite well, and the team got 3 points, but it's probably the most unhappy 3 points that they'll ever get in their lives.
Strange, isn't it? 9 rounds into
Sunstreak
a 24
pink.
race season, and maybe Ocon, to use your analogy, Charles, needs a bit of an arm around him rather than a kick up the backside all the time.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation.
But once the
we always knew that these two drivers had a little bit of history with each other, and it was always going to be quite a tricky one to manage. And there's been such disruption at that team that I don't think I think they've just been allowed to free range, and they've just sort of gone off handle again. And we know that Ocon's had his problems with other teammates in the past as well. So yeah, I wouldn't like to be in that position of managing that. But I would like to see if Flavio Briatore does come back. I'd like to see how he would handle that situation. I'd imagine it would involve an immense amount of swearing.
I'm sure it would. And then, even then, JBL wouldn't be able to tell us what he says. Now then,
Yeah, exactly. No, you wouldn't. No one would know.
What about further afield? And any other honourable mentions you want to make, Charles? What about the two Haas drivers? Their fantastic 5 laps. Or do you want to talk about anybody else that's a standout performer? For
Alex
whatever
Albon.
reason?
Yeah, my standout performer was definitely Kevin Magnussen for the
No.
agent of chaos that he usually brings to liven up races. Today, it was for all the right reasons, wasn't it? Running the extreme wet. The extreme wet never works, so how it suddenly did today, I guess they just rained harder than they expected, and it suddenly hit that perfect window, didn't it?
One more fish for the collection.
Overtaking Piastri for 4th, catching Lando Norris, someone on the podium, set him fastest lap, I think, on about lap 6 just before they then blew it, didn't they, by bringing him in too early. They should have left him out there for a little bit longer, switched to the intermediate when it was a better time to do it, because then he would have had the boost of having a fresh inter as well. And obviously Hülkenberg did the same ploy, but didn't get as far up the grid. So definitely Kevin Magnussen was my man of the day outside the top 10.
Lovely. JBL, have you got one?
Why not Alex Albon?
Apothic Red. Rött vin från Kalifornien.
What?
I think I was going to agree, and Kevin was another driver that I spoke to
California?
in the pen.
What?
It's rare that I get to go in the pen because usually the press conference is on after, but it took quite a long time for the drivers to go through, so it was nice to sort of hear people lower down the grid kind of talking about their races. And yeah, Kevin agreed with the assessment that he was brought in too early. If it had been for a few more laps, yeah, he could, as Charles had already said, he could have put the inter on and then during the safety car period stayed on it, because he probably would have had enough offset to eventually do the same stint length that everybody else did. So I thought he was an impressive performer in those opening laps. And Alex Albon, again, as I've already mentioned, really doing a fantastic race. He did a fantastic overtake on.
Okay, we want to count some. 8, 18, 20, 22, 24, 20, 30, 36, 40 and plus 2 here, 42. 42, 1,400 plus 42 is 17,700 plus 42, is that right? That will be 1777. Now we will see if I have the Snoopy orange. It's so weird to get into at the same time. Oh. I need to really make a screenshot, so I can at least have something to show that, man, that happened actually. See, 42 fishes. I really hope it's at least 30 new fishes than 20 copies. That will be so boring. Time for... yep, this one. And then we'll place it, we'll place it here. And let's see. There we have one. 100% cyan. 100% black. Do we have anything more? No. Then we should have an pink here, yes. Ah, fuck me. Okay, pink, cyan, black. Snooper, cyan. Snooper, no, we already have Snooper cyan. That's boring. Sunstreak pink. Nice. Blockfish black. Do we have that? we have. God damn it. Okay, -2. 75 -2. And this is it. Snoopers. We already. God damn it! We have the third copy. It's not just a copy. It's the third copy. That's somewhat boring. Okay, blockfish. Nope. Okay, the start wasn't so good. Two of the cool fishes are already was scoped. Oh fuck me! We have one more. Flopper magnanta. Nice. Okay. Snooper orange white. Snooper orange white. Orange white. Okay, we don't have orange white. And what should I do? It should be in the memory box. Let's see, can I remove something from this? Don't think so. Okay, can we maybe place it in the next important box? Okay, this can I 100% remove. Fuck that. You will go here. The memory of getting and listening to, what do you call it? Similar fishes spawn near each other. They look the same. Where is? No, here we have that. And I also need a sign. A sign is needed. We place it this way. No, it will be in that direction. Oh, this one as orange. Orange. Snooper orange. Oh no. Wrong side. I was wondering where the gray great carpet was snooper orange. Yeah, here you. Now is the question, how should we do this in the most easy way? We move everything after we have placed down some fishes. That will probably make it more easy. Let's see, snooper. We want all the B fishes first. And we remove all the fishes with S now. Okay. And we keep the C ones also. Okay, now we can start. Okay, where do we have the Betty? Do we have any Betty? Do we have Betty blue-green? Do we have a blue-green Betty? Do we have blue? Do we have a blue-green? We have. That's not fun. So boring. Okay, next Betty. Red cyan. Do we have a red cyan? We have. Man, what a bad start. Okay, so only Betty's I got was copies. Okay, brown red. Can the blockfish help me out? Brown. Yep, I did. Grey cyan. Nope. Oh yeah, blockfish. Do we have any more blockfishes, or is it time for brightly? We have one more. Yellow, green. Yellow, green. Okay, brightly. White, purple. I believe white is here, right? Yep, white, purple. Nice. Do we have any more? Okay, one more. Light gray, blue. So this is the perfect place to always stand. You can always hear the foxes screaming. Let's see how many are there left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, they're not dying out yet. No need to feed them. Light gray blue. Fucking so much screaming. Okay, clayfish. Clayfish Magenta red. I mean, it started bad and now it's going good. Magenta red. Magenta. I mean, almost every fish now is just not a copy. Oh, fuck me. Clayfish I was looking for. Let's see. Cyan, red, pink, cyan, red, pink, cyan, red, pink, brown, cyan, red, pink, brown, cyan, red, pink, brown, orange. And two more browns. Cyan, red, pink. There we have pink. Pink, gray. Okay, the streak ended. Let's see. Cyan, red, brown, orange. Cyan, red, brown, orange. Red, yellow. One more copy. Cyan, brown, orange. Cyan, red, no, brown, orange. Cyan, brown, orange. There is cyan, brown. Cyan, brown, brown, orange. Here we have orange, purple. Okay, now that streak really have ended. Now it's a streak of how many copies will I have in a row? Brown, lime, brown, light gray. Brown, lime, light gray. Brown, lime, light gray. Like clayfish, brown. There we have brown. Okay, brown, lime. Light gray then. Do we have that? Brown, light gray. No. Let's see. Dasher. Then we have flopper. Do we have any more flopper fishes? So-called Lewis Hamilton. The flopping Mercedes car. No, but we have one glitter. And just one cob? No, two cobs. Okay, you can stay here. Wait. Okay. One more cob was it. Okay. We place them down. And then we can maybe move lime and blue. Lime and blue. Lime and blue. There are at least blue. Blue. pink. Lime, light gray, dasher, lime dasher, eller dasher lime. Dasher gray, dasher lime. Lime, light gray, and that we have. Okay, it's bad start, then a good continue, and now it's bad again. Like, how many do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Plus 2, so 11. 9 more, and then we have minus 20. That's not fun. Time for floppy fish. Lime magenta. Lime magenta. Purple red. Yay, the streak have ended. Oh no, it ended before. Oh no, did it? At least I know it ended now. Okay, cyan light blue. Cyan light blue. Then we have the glitter, black, yellow. Black and yellow song. No. You don't want to listen to that kind of music. Okay. Let's see. Okay, that we can place there. Okay, what are we looking for? Snooper orange white. Snooper orange. Orange white. Nope. Okay, and back with that. And now it's time for the K, and then the snooper. Then we place this down. Where is the next snooper? Snooper. Then we want to spot the fish. One stripey. Okay, cob. Light blue black. Do we have? Hopefully not, but that we might have. And of course we have. Blue red. Are we lucky? Or not? Blue. No, we're not lucky. We are unlucky. We're super unlucky. Magenta white. fuck did I... Wait, oh my god. Where did I place them? Man, I need to do this again. Light blue. Okay, yes, you go away. Wow. Man, I was spaced out 100%. White magenta. No. Yeah, must have been placing them. No, just one cup. Fuck me. Well, I don't know what happened. This spacing out is a big problem if you're trying to do something and collection. Pink, black, cyan, magenta. Okay, pink, black, cyan, magenta. Here we have cyan. Cyan, yellow. Pink, black, magenta. Pink. Here we have pink, black. No, we have only pink, black. Pink, black. Yeah, I was thinking, have you not seen? No, black, pink. Oh my god. Fuck me. I have pink, black, not... Hey, let's see, do I have pink, black? Pink. Oh, we go on the snooper first. Pink. What up? Yeah, pink, black. Yeah, do I have pink? Was it pink, black? Black, pink, fuck me. Black. Yep, there we have it. Black, pink. Here we have the band, and here we have the snooper fish. Black, red. Oh shit, we need the black now. Nice. Black, red. Magenta, yellow. Yep, magenta yellow and magenta. Okay, magenta white do we have. Now for the Spotify. Gray, magenta. Nope, Spotify doesn't have black and pink. Black and yellow then. Do we have black and yellow? Not even black and yellow. Okay, gray, magenta. Do we have light gray? Gray, magenta, pink, blue. Alright, pink, cyan, pink, cyan. Pink, cyan. Then we have pink, blue. Do we have cyan here? Yes, cyan, blue. Purple, green. Vänta, wait. Yeah, have only one stripey. Purple, green. Purple, green. Nice. Gray, green, magenta. Gray, green, magenta. Gray, light blue. Green, magenta. Here, magenta. Magenta, blue. That one we have. Green, purple. That we also have. And now it's time for the most funny thing you can ever do after you have run through all this. He's doing it again. Just to be safe. You don't wanna mistakenly release a fish that could have been in your collection. Let's see, how many is it? 6, 12, 15, 17. Plus 2, 90. Oh my god. There is almost 20 minus. That's boring. So 19, so 1. It was 42. 21. No, 23. One plus 19 is 20, plus 20 is 40, so 21 plus 3, 2 is 3, so 23. Plus 23, somewhat good, but plus 30 will be so much better. Okay, start with the fun. Blue, green. Here we have blue, green. Red cyan. Gray cyan. Clayfish, pink, gray. Oh my god, did I even look for pink? Pink, gray. Red, yellow. Oh my god. Cyan, brown. Orange, purple. Brown, lime. Was this the brown clayfish that I needed to? No, Snooper Blue was it probably. I don't know. No, here was it. Playfish Brown. Brown Lime. Dasher Blue Pink. Dasher I think believe was the... Nope, Blue Pink. Here's the Blue Pink. Okay, one more Dasher. Lime Light Gray. What the fuck? Lime. Okay, was it a lime? Oh, here was it lime. Lime Light Gray. Ah. Lime Light Gray. Then we have... Oh, we isn't done. Man, this went fast. Lime Magenta. That was Magenta, not lime. Lime Magenta, there we have Lime Magenta. And then we have the cobfish. Light blue back. Back. A light blue back. Yeah, light blue. Light blue back. Background. Light blue background. Then it's the snooper time. The foxes is all snooping. White Magenta. Pink black. Background. Morning food. Magenta white. Can we see the love in the air? Can you see? No, I'm blind. Okay. Sorry for trying to ask you if you saw. Green, purple. Magenta blue. Can't you see the love that's happening? Magenta blue. The last one. There we have it. Now we finally done. Now we can go and oh, how many minus was it now? 6, 12, 17, 19. Minus 19. 6, 5, 19, 5. Would that be right? Minus 19. 10 will be 66 plus 4, 70, 75. Yes. So we have now 1,456 in the collection. This plus the one colored fishes. Oh, that I should do now. My fucking collection of salmon. 100% needed. Not at all waste of space. I'm gonna, let's see. Okay. I not went that far, but I will. Yeah, here I at least have a salmon. The most important salmon fish I ever collected. Don't know when or why when that happened. But I did. And now it's in that place. Okay, we will... Man, I so wanna do the screenshot. Let's see. Have it placed in that. And also here we also have an important salmon for some reason. No, it can't be placed in that either. This one. I feel like I should remove some tridents. Minecraft apparently don't want to give me any more tridents, so... Wait, how many is it? It's 7... 12. I can keep them for now. Man, I should have placed them in a different way. Sure. And... No! Okay. Time to place them down. Let's go back to the Formula 1 stuff.
Both Daniel Ricciardo and Esteban Ocon went round to one and then squeezed in and went down the inside of the other. So that was a fantastic move. It had shades of, I can't remember who it was in Formula E I watched do that. I think it was Edo Mortara actually that did a similar move at Diriyah a couple of years ago, just using every single inch of space available to do it. So yeah, that was a fantastic little move, and was on for points today, but unfortunately just got taken out by Sainz, and it's a bit of a loss for Williams as well, especially because Alpine scored a decent hatful of points.
Yeah, absolutely right. Let's quickly
green.
jump on to 2 weeks' time. Final question pretty much for you both. 2
Red
weeks' time,
cyan.
Barcelona. This is traditionally a circuit where we see a lot of major
cyan.
upgrades brought. What are you both
Pink grey.
expecting to see or hoping to see? Maybe they're two different questions,
Red yellow.
Charles.
I'm hoping not to see a Red Bull
Cyan
front
brown.
row. As much as
I
it was
want to
like a
see
vote
that.
for Sergio Perez today,
Orange,
because we
purple,
normally see a sort of Noah's Ark
brown line,
grid at Barcelona, don't we? Where
pink,
it's
blue,
just,
pink,
two Red Bulls, two Mercedes,
lime,
two
light
McLarens,
grey,
etc.
lime
What I'd
magenta,
like to see is just a little bit of variety
light
in that,
blue,
just like we saw this
black,
weekend, where it was a little bit
white
mixed up. We
magenta,
had McLaren and Mercedes right in
pink,
the mix
black,
of like for Ferrari to
Magenta White.
go back to bringing that
Magenta
momentum
Blue.
that they had before this
Green
race too.
purple.
But I think the fear is always when you go to Barcelona, it's such an aero track, isn't it? That it always just lends itself towards Red Bull and that fantastic machine that Adrian Newey and Pierre Wack have made. So fingers crossed for a good one. But we'll see.
Obviously, it's traditionally a place where we see a lot of aero updates brought, and as Charles already said, it is sort of very aero dependent. It really rewards those who have got really good underbody downforce because it's got a lot of long radius and high-speed corners. Especially turn 3, you've got Kamsa as well, and I guess the sort of revived final 2 corners as well. So yeah, I think it's gonna be show a lot of car performance. It's a circuit that teams have a lot of data on, which is why they usually bring updates there.
One more fish for the
it
collection.
rewards those high-speed characteristics. So I would be surprised if anyone other than Red Bull won it. But again, teams will bring updates. They will have opportunity to bed them in over the practice sessions. And
Yeah, quite now. Now I need to think. We need to. So this one comes from that one, and this comes from that one. Snooper, white. So this one. Let's see. Wait, this is the first one. This should be placed down first, and this will be in the NHS. So this will be placed here. Let's see, how should I do this? Yes, you're out. Let me place you out. Okay, let's see if that look good. We need screenshot. Screenshot. Yeah, they look good. Now we have that saved. And this will go down in the NHS. Okay, now it's that done. Okay, back to the people.
hopefully it rewards us with a little bit of a different picture. I think it will really show us where everybody is, where everybody stacks up. And ultimately, I'm also just hoping for a good Barcelona race because unfortunately those are in short supply, and I think I might be in one of the minorities, in the minority here. But I'm just looking forward to when F1 moves to Madrid for the Spanish Grand Prix, because Barcelona, we've sort of been there, done it. Not really a lot to get excited about, unfortunately.
It's a nice track to run around, though. I've run around that once or twice before. It's quite a nice one, actually. So if you've got your trainers and you're out there in 2 weeks' time, go for a little jog. Why not? Look, gents, thank you very much indeed, as always. Charles, thank you very much to yourself and to you as well, JBL. Don't forget when you come back to bring some maple syrup. That was highly on the agenda.
Cheers.
Cheers, Bryn. It comes in cans, funnily enough, so I'll try and sneak a couple through for you.
Please
No.
do, but do it legally. Thanks very much there to the guys, and hopefully you have enjoyed this episode as well. It wasn't quite to be for McLaren and Lando Norris. 56 years to the day that Bruce McLaren got the first ever win for McLaren, but it wasn't for him because Max Verstappen was there once again. As always, thanks very much for tuning in. Don't forget to like and subscribe and get in touch with your comments as well so we can see what you think of the race we all just witnessed. Until next time, thanks for watching. We'll see you then.
Okay, that first clip is done. See, we need to collect this one and this one. And now it's back to collect more fishes. Say 1056. We need at least doing this 2 times to get to 1500. But let's continue with P1 now. The 2024 Canadian Grand Prix race preview by P1 podcast.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the P1 podcast with Matt and Tommy, and we are here today to chat about an absolute banger of a Canadian Grand Prix. And I'm
For
glad
Ferrari.
I'm wearing some clothes.
So am I.
For audio
well,
listeners,
maybe
you're
not.
like, what on earth are you talking about? I'm of course wearing a Ferrari top, which I'm really glad I've decided to wear. But I was committed. I'd managed to sort of regain my composure and my delirium going into the race after a very poor qualifying, and look what that did.
Yep, wasn't the greatest, and you know we really cursed it.
One
this
more
weekend
fish
with all the
for
kind
the
of like, oh, they're going to win
collection.
the constructors' title, but to put a
Man,
silver
come on, give me-
lining on the pain, I guess the race was so damn good that it's not like we're going to just go on and on and on about Ferrari, because there's so much to talk about. So I'm looking forward to this 4-hour podcast.
Well, we'll see, because usually the more boring
Yeah,
the
no.
longer, so this will be actually a 20-minute podcast. Okay, well, why don't you start with your most memorable moment to kick us off, Tom?
Ferrari.
It was everything, the whole race.
No,
I-
well, that can't include Ferrari then. You can't throw Ferrari into everything.
Okay,
Good.
well, okay, but just my word, I have waited for a race like that for what feels like so long now. We were discussing, I think it was in our predictions podcast, about, oh, do you remember when Montreal used to be this absolute carnage race every year, where there was loads of incidents, people spinning off, people overtaking, like there was chaos. And I can't remember the last time we had a race like that, where there was so much carnage. I know people will go, oh, you know, Singapore was really good last year.
Germany 2019, it has
Yeah.
to be.
I think for me, that, off the top of my head, that is the best Grand Prix we've seen since 2022, maybe Silverstone. You know, like the start of 2022 when it was really good and we saw a lot of action. So good. So good. Loved all of it. You know, K-Mag
One more.
almost like fighting through the field seems like.
Yeah, it felt like, man, did Haas do something right? At 100% right? Will they earn a lot of points because of this? And then no. It was just some cooking.
4 years ago now, because so much happened, and I generally think there was more happened in that race than we've probably seen the entire season so far. The season's been pretty damn good, so if there's ever an advert,
Really? Australia, Sainz winning, of the Max Verstappen having a problem. What mammy? When Max Verstappen had a problem again. Monaco, somewhat maybe. I mean, so much stuff have happened.
For less grip and more chaos. That was it, because it feels like a long time since we've seen it, and boy, did it deliver all the time.
It certainly did. It was a race that constantly chopped and changed and evolved, and one thing led to another and another. It wasn't as if there was just one big defining moment. It was just constantly changing. At one point, you had Lando Norris going 3 seconds a lap faster than everybody else leading the race, and you thought, well, that's it, curtains, is he going to lap everyone? But that obviously didn't happen, and we'll get on to that. Let's start with the first question from P1 Patreon member Sophie. Can we have 24 changeable condition Montreal races a year? Yes. Yes, we can. Yes, that has actually just been announced. Well, actually, no, I tell a lie. In fact, it might be the opposite, because the promoter has actually just been summoned to the stewards for a track invasion that shouldn't have happened. So perhaps Canada are getting a race ban. But
race ban?
I would say that
no.
If we had...
That's something. When the track get a race ban for one race, and I mean they only have one race, so you, like, instead of race ban is season ban.
24 changeable condition Montreal races a year become normal. We don't want it. We don't want the same race. We need boring races like Monaco delivered us. Set us up perfectly.
More different.
Like, you could not have had more boring of a race to lead us in to something that we deserved as Formula One fans, and I loved it. Montreal is not a set in stone banger, as we've just mentioned. It's taken so many years for us to actually
one
get,
more fish for the
around
bit.
I mean, we argue that for pretty much every race we go to nowadays, don't we? So, but it is quite a narrow track, and yeah, changeable condition races, especially the way in which it did it. You know, wet, drying, then wet a little bit more, then drying again. Perfect.
Yeah, because we have had some wet races recently where they've been absolute stinkers, and it used to be back in the day of, oh, a wet race is automatically amazing, but the problem is that you just get this.
Nu är det prisras
No.
på extra. Det betyder att vi har
Stop
sänkt
it.
ordinarie pris på över 500 varor, så att du kan handla billigare
Yeah,
och till ännu
sure.
lägre priser. Håll bara utkik efter
5,
prisrassymbolen,
4,
så vet du vilka
3,
varor
2,
det gäller.
1.
Riktigt schysst, tycker vi.
Done.
Oavsett om det går 1, 3...
Fuck me. Then it's one more. Oh, I hate it when I fucking click the wrong.
Hello.
Go fuck yourself. Oh, where was I?
Race when it's changeable conditions, there's things going on, people are crashing. Shocking.
Things were looking reasonably promising, but yeah, it happens. I'm not going to hold it against them for many more days. I might cry myself to sleep for a couple, but after the new
Chance that Ferrari still could have picked up. Low grip. That's what made it so good, because there was always in left field. That is F1. So
let's go. Well, beautifully segued to my most memorable moment.
Ferrari.
Ferrari disaster class.
driver in there.
Midfield team at best. Because this is to happen because of one thing or another. The size of the cars had it.
Yes.
I think that, well, people don't enjoy domination. Showing off now, you know what I mean? We've come off the back of Monaco.
The very last lap, seeing Hamilton could have won, changed again, and then it changed again. Safety car start, and then full of rain. I would dry lap, amazing. Could argue.
I mean, we argue that for pretty much every race we go to nowadays, don't we? So, but it is quite a narrow track, and yeah, changeable condition races, especially the way in which it did it. You know, wet, drying, then wet a little bit more, then drying again. Perfect.
Yeah, because we have had some wet races recently where they've been absolute stinkers, and it used to be back in the day of, oh, a wet race is automatically amazing, but the problem is that you just get this dry dry line, and it's too hard to pass. DRS isn't enabled, and DRS is very much needed in these cars now to allow overtaking. And yeah, that we actually got the perfect level of rain. I was worried at the start that it might rain too much, that we were going to see a safety car start, and then even at the start we're kind of going, oh no, the gaps are quite big, this isn't going to be any good. But then the whole thing changed, and then it changed again, and then it changed
The only time when Russell was good when it was rainy.
again. It just kept us guessing all the way through. The top, not even just the top 5, but so much of the field just kept changing all the time. Like you say, Lando was leading. You could argue Russell could have won that race. Piastri was flying at one point, and then it looked like Russell was going to finish way down the order, and then he came back through at the end. It was literally from the very start, when you had Kevin Magnussen, the greatest of all time, passing everyone in wet
No,
conditions,
the worst of all
to
time.
the very last lap, seeing Hamilton, Russell and Norris all cross the line together. There was just something happening
One fish,
every single moment of the race.
more
for
fish
the
for the
whole, like,
collection.
nearly 2 hours. It was absolutely amazing.
It was
So
almost a bit
good.
too much. It was almost, I feel like, rein it in a little bit, Canada. You're showing off now. You know what I mean? We've come off the back of Monaco. You know, do we have to be on every single lap? I was getting a headache halfway through, mainly probably because of my despair, but I was also, just trying to keep up with everything. Next question from A_Dorset96. Does this prove that just because Max wins a lot, that's not the reason F1 has been under par the last couple of years?
Yes.
I think that, people don't enjoy domination, straight up. I think that you can have banging races and Max win. I'm happy with that. I'm happy to have the Canadian Grand Prix as we've just had it, where Max proves that he is an unbelievable driver, and that's fine. That's a race. That's the thing. It's competition. We had other drivers leading. It wasn't just a Max domination, which of course, similar in the Hamilton era and Vettel and whatever. Everybody just
One more fish for the
immediately
collection.
has sort of, unless you're a fan
Come
of
on.
the driver,
Let me
get some
take
kind of
you.
negative thoughts, because of course you want competition and underdog stories and stuff like that. But no, it's more around the state of Formula One and not really allowing for these kinds of amazing races to happen because of one thing or another, the size of the cars, they can't follow, blah 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 blah. But what it has proved,
Yeah, man. I mean, the 20. Oh, tried it. 22 started really good. The fights between Leclerc and Max Verstappen, and then after changes in the rules, maybe thanks to Mercedes, then it become bad again.
is that Max Verstappen is an absolutely unbelievable driver. Without him in that team, and I'll say it again and again, but he deserves this praise. Without him in that team, Red Bull are a podium challenging midfield team at best, because Perez is showing it is not possible to drive that car like Max Verstappen does. Max is outrageous.
Yeah, and if you've had a really good driver in there, it might be the levels that we'd be talking about how Formula One is the greatest and don't add the new rules because Red Bull, McLaren, Mercedes are really close. But the thing is, and we'll get into this later, because McLaren could have won the race, Mercedes could have won the race, and
I
even
didn't.
in this era where people are saying
One
like,
more fish.
this is our chance, Max delivers and gets the win. But yeah, I think that the key thing of that race was just Formula One recently, thankfully this year's been a lot better, but in particular last year there was never enough variables in the racing. Everyone starts on the same tyre, so one stop, then you get that one pit stop, and the gaps are too big, and then the race ends. So there's so much of it not going on, and you're just praying for like a safety car to mix it up or something. Whereas this, because people started on different tyres, there was strategy.
Well, you didn't want this Logan Sargent safety car when Norris was leading.
People were stopping at different times, multiple pit stops, low grip. that's what made it so good.
So
because
safety cars
there was
ruined it.
always something going on, and it doesn't matter that even when it kind of got to that end bit where it's like, okay, because you didn't know who was going to win till fairly near the end, but then right at the end when Max did pull away, it was kind of like, okay, Max is going to win this and bring it home now, unless something crazy happens. You still had Lando, Oscar, like Hamilton, Russell fighting, loads of stuff going on in the midfield. Yeah, just so good. I'm buzzing that. I just loved that race.
And
so much.
Ferrari
I
wasn't
admit,
there.
like, that is just one of those races that just makes like me remember like why I
Oh,
love F1
Trident.
so much.
Yeah, fair enough. And when your favourite driver wins, it obviously helps as well. Or just finishes the race. Let's go.
Yeah,
well,
true.
Beautifully segued to my most memorable moment. Ferrari disaster class.
That's your favorite.
I don't really know what just happened this weekend. I don't think my delusion.
Trident?
fully
Still not Trident.
misplaced. I know that they've had a double DNF and were both knocked out in Q2. But I still feel like they just dropped the ball this weekend. Maybe they were partying a little bit too hard after Monaco, and they weren't ready for Canada. But either or, they weren't good enough. They messed up in qualifying. They didn't get their tyre allocation correct, or there were clearly things that had grinded Charles Leclerc's gears.
Yes, something. I mean, they like everything went wrong. Almost like Singapore for Red Bull last year. Like everything went bad for Ferrari in Canada.
And going into the race, you have a problem with the car almost immediately with Charles. Carlos had no pace really either, and it just highlighted a lot of weaknesses that perhaps we didn't think the Ferrari had anymore, or at least had developed to be quite close to the McLarens and the Red Bulls, but they were nowhere. They were absolutely nowhere. But
the only good thing for Ferrari fans, they will 100% be back next race, and Mercedes will be back where they usually are.
They messed up on all sides, strategy, on reliability. It was a flashback to 2022, and I didn't like it. Okay.
Oh, well, they didn't ruin Charles Leclerc race because of bad pit stop. The car was already bad, so they're trying to save a bad car, and they couldn't. It's not like they ruined like a Monaco win 2023.
So not again, thank you.
Yeah, ironically, it did look like the Ferrari of old, where you can, after the disaster of qualifying, that is a race when it's changeable conditions, there's things going on, people are crashing out, and
Wonder if stuff will have went if they did like Haas did with the blue wet tires. Could that maybe save the race?
having incidents in their safety cars, there was every chance that Ferrari still could have picked up, even if it's not an amazing result, a P6 and 7 for Charles and Carlos or something. But for them to go completely empty-handed, yeah, it's just an absolute shocker of a weekend.
Can it be one more fish for the collection?
Say
Probably.
it's the mistakes that we've not seen this year, but putting him on the hard tyres, I guess they
Yellow
rolled the
cyan.
dice, but if he'd been on Inters, maybe you think, as the safety cars come out, he's in the fight again. They fixed the engine issue, and then he's on the wrong tyres. It just must have just felt like, yeah, I think after all the
Well, did I ever fix that engine? I mean, that's Matt said in funniest tweets, I think. They think they sold it. Doesn't mean it actually was sold.
of Monaco, Charles must have just been like, I'm back in 2022 here, because we're like, that is such a Ferrari, that era, like, Bonotto era of Ferrari, that they're on the wrong tyres, getting almost laughed at, really. It was just...
I still believe they put the tires on before it started to rain. So they had the wrong tires when it started to rain, not when it was raining. But that's my memory. They are probably... They should know better, but
Shocking.
probably not.
Question from It's a Galaxy Man. Is this a one-time mistake for Ferrari, or is it a problem? Well, I don't think we can call it a problem
One-time
because it
mistake.
has been a one-time mistake for Ferrari this year. I don't think we can be too harsh aside from this weekend about how they've been performing this year. We've been lauding them, saying they're efficient, they're the new Mercedes, they're getting every point from every weekend. Charles Leclerc hadn't finished outside the top 4 the whole week, the whole season.
The whole
Almost
week.
The same out the top
True.
5 when he actually participates. So, look, teams
One
can have
more
bad weekends.
fish.
I'm not going to completely
For the collection.
lose my mind over this. It hurts right now, of course it does. To go from the highs of Monaco to this, it's
many
really
floppers.
disappointing, especially when certain championships and things were looking reasonably promising.
Yeah,
but
with people with copium.
yeah, it happens. I'm not going to hold it against them for many more days. I might cry myself to sleep for a couple, but after that, the Spanish Grand Prix time, Charles Leclerc, biggest good surprise.
It's a bit of a cliche, but you know, they'll be hoping that is basically like all the chaos, all the mistakes essentially have all been rolled into one race. So if you're going to have all these errors,
Just look at the Red Bull, because they made one race, Singapore, and you can say Monaco this year. Just because you make one really bad race doesn't mean the rest will be equally bad.
being on the wrong tyres, missing Q3, spinning out, having an engine problem, to have it all condensed into one weekend of...
What? Still, isn't that the best thing when you're already doing really bad in a race or in qualifying? Make everything else happen that race also. Then no more engine problem in the race, hopefully.
absolute S-ness is probably like the best way to go, because you're not getting any points anyway, so get all the bad luck out the way and all the mistakes and everything like that.
Someone made a very funny meme, which I think we included in funniest tweets.
Yeah, no, probably it wasn't. His funniest tweets is all lamest tweets he can find in a video.
Which was that basically the Monaco curse arrived a bit late, and
Yeah.
it arrived in Canada
One
full
more
force
fish.
and delivered a lot of pain. But I'll
Light
take it. I'll
grey.
take Monaco
Thought
curse
this was
to arrive
white, but
a
no.
couple of weeks too late.
Light blue,
My
white,
opinion.
light
So,
grey.
there you go. Next question, George Dixon. If a team in the top 10...
Oh, Scott Dixon. Well, man. Scott. Yeah, he is his name. Scott Dixon. The won in IndyCar 2 times this season.
or even top 5 had started on full wets, they could have taken the lead of the race and built a huge gap. So it's kind of more of a statement than a question, but we will discuss it all the same. I think that Haas looked like rock stars for a short amount of time.
Yeah, 5 laps.
Was it hands down the best strategy?
For the 5 laps.
Not convinced. I think it was. There was obviously, with the benefit of hindsight, yes, they gained a bit. K-Mag came flying through, but then he had to pit pretty soon after. Hulkenberg's strategy of staying out absolutely didn't work, and if anything, I think he was trying to help his teammate by creating a massive train which he could then catch up to with fresher inters, which was a clever idea. But I think if we see, a Lando or whoever starting on wets, would it have even actually paid off? I don't know, because it's all well and good.
I mean, I could.
Magnussen flying through, getting up to about 5th place. It's another thing having that pace differential on Max Verstappen or George Russell out in front that clearly had a bit more pace than the rest of the field.
One
And
more.
then they would have had to pit, similar to what K-Mag did, and I'm not sure that would have really
Green
done too much.
cyan,
That's my
maybe?
opinion anyway. It wasn't hands down absolutely the best strategy
No,
to do.
cyan,
It wasn't even
lime.
it wasn't an obvious thing. It wasn't like 50-50. Haas were the only ones to do it.
It was almost like it was a massive risk that could have gone really badly wrong. And although
Went really good also if it started to rain even more.
at the start of the race it was like, oh my god, Haas are the goats, this is the greatest strategy of all time.
5 laps
If
later.
you take
Nope.
away Magnussen's slow pit stop and say that that was a normal pit stop, he'd have probably come out in like 11th or 12th or something, maybe 10th, and he started 14th. So yes, he got all the way up into 4th, and he did gain so much time, so like overall it is a net gain, but it's like it's such a risk to gain 4 places, and you can kind of argue the fact that, you know, you might just be really good in those conditions and make up 4 places anyway. It would have been a big risk for a top team to do it, because then of course if it goes wrong we'd be
I mean, Ferrari could have done that.
podcast going, what are you doing, it's so ridiculous.
Exactly.
Like don't take the risk. But it was
They had nothing to do
great
with
to
it.
see, because
One more fish.
boy did it make the
for
start of the race
the
exciting.
collection.
There is probably this a little bit gutted that we didn't get to see Max go all the way to the front, because I needed to see that just for the
That would be something. That would be so depressing seeing him leading the lap or leading the race. I mean,
just for the image of
no.
seeing him chase down the leaders and seeing him P1.
That will. Oh shit! It will be more fun to see Alex Albon in a Williams leading the race. That I would wanna see. And if Andrew Newey maybe joins Williams, it could maybe happen.
And that was the thing, right? That essentially those 2 drivers started on wets, and because they knew there wasn't going to be another massive rainstorm, of course,
One
we had a
more.
small little shower a little bit later, but starting on the wets was essentially, right, we are 20 seconds behind every single one of these cars, can we make up this time? And I can understand why the top 10, nor anyone else
10
really,
more.
decided to go and roll that dice, because you were committing to an extra pit stop. After having done a lap or 2 to the grid, you saw Lando, I think, went out on the wets, locked up into the hairpin. It looked like he was really struggling in the McLaren. So it's not a given, as you kind of mentioned there, Tommy, that every team would have had the same result as what Haas did, where they were able to fire up their wets and be really, really quick. It could have been very different.
And I'm surprised it worked as well, because we know how bad the wets have been. And
Well, it worked for 5 or more laps and then it
even
didn't.
when, I think we go back to Japan that year, where they started behind the safety car in full wets and everyone wanted to jump straight into the pits on inters, even though there was still so much standing water and it was crazy. So I'm surprised it worked, because everything we've known about the wet Pirelli tyres for years now is they're absolutely useless and awful, but apparently they worked for
Yeah, for 5 laps, but they're probably still useless.
the 10 laps. They were the absolute goats.
They have changed the wets to try and make them more
It's good to see that they're usable at least. So fingers crossed that if we do get worse conditions than we saw at the start, that we might actually get to start some races and things, because they were fine.
Don't get ahead of yourself, mate. Don't get ahead of yourself. Next question, 07_Vivek_Dev. Is Perez worth the sponsorship money when...
Yes, he is, because they maybe keep Max Verstappen in Red Bull, thanks to having still Perez in the other seat. So if you want to have Max Verstappen in the Red Bull, maybe having Sergio Perez in the other seat is 100% needed.
Loss for Red Bull might be bigger against his crashes and lost points in
Well, how much will they lose if Max Verstappen leaves if they don't have Perez?
the Constructors' Championship. Oh, Perez.
Yeah, Perez maybe makes so Max Verstappen still is in the Red Bull.
Is
knows?
this a carbon copy to last year? What
So
is
far, yes.
going on? I don't get it. It makes no sense why he goes from looking very solid to just one of the slowest drivers out there today. I joked about this in funniest tweets, and I'll say the same joke to you, Tom.
Stop saying funniest tweets. It was not the funniest tweets. 2 funniest tweets, rest lame tweets. And often is somewhat depressing tweets also, so not many funny.
Tommy, 'cause you haven't heard me say it, but we had all of these changing things, everyone changing positions and changeable conditions, but the one constant was Sergio Perez in 17th.
Yeah, it's
Bloke
crazy.
just loved being there for a good, 20, 30 laps. He just...
And
didn't
before he
make
spun
any-
off, he was still there, even though people ahead of him had dropped down the order or gone out the race, like you say. So, madness.
Can we really believe that? I wanna actually see that. They have said it many times now that Perez was 17. Let's see. Let's see. Fuck me, that was loud. Go away, sound. Okay, let's see. Where did he start? Okay, he started 17. Okay. He's 16 now. Wow. So already a lie. 15. Where is he now? Come on, remove the fucking... Now he's 16, okay. 16. Now I'm back to 17, lap 27. So between the start to lap 27, he's been 15, 16, and now back to 17. No shit. Let's see. 28, 17. Then we have 29, 16, yes. 31, 16. Let's see where it is now. Perez 15, lap 39. Lap 42, Perez 14. Man, fuck the lie. 15, lap 44. Lap, place 13, lap 49. Let's see, 51, still 13. Let's see what's happened to make him be back to 17. He's still 13, now he's 15, lap 53. And then he crashed. Okay, so before he crashed he was 15. Let's see, after the... Yep, the crash happened. So he was 15 before the crash happened. Who knew the real knowledge on these people are so fucking brain dead? Oh fuck me, that I should also look up. When did Leclerc did his pit stop? Ferrari doing something wrong. They pitted before it started to rain. Okay, Charles Leclerc. When do we have the hard tires? Logan Sargent tire now crashed. Charles Leclerc is 12. See, Charles Leclerc is now 19 on hard. So they gave him the hard tires under the safety car to review, to fix his engine and everything. Trying to maybe because the track started to dry up. Let's see. Then I believe it start then. Let's see. What lap was it? When did Charles Leclerc get into the pit? Can we see Logan Sargent crashing? Okay, lap 25. Logan Sargent have crashed. Okay, lap 26. When do we have Charles Leclerc? Okay, lap 29, Charles Leclerc went in for the pits to restart his car and get hard tires. Okay, lap 29. When can you see start raining somewhat? Look like it start raining. So after lap 29, when they did the pit stop, then it started to rain. Man, my memory apparently better than a Ferrari fan. Or it's just because they're driving it looks so wet. Let's see, when do Charles Leclerc go in for the other tires? Okay, lap. We need to go back. I didn't see when that happened. God damn it. Okay, in pit, lap 32. So, yeah, so you can say directly after he went in, it started to rain. So they didn't pit when it was raining. They pitted they pitted before it started raining. God damn it! Learn your fucking Formula 1 knowledge.
So is Perez worth the sponsorship money? Not if
he's maybe worth keeping Max Verstappen. I mean, that's my belief. I mean, after Monaco, he get a 2-year or 1 + 1 year deal with Red Bull. I mean, Max Verstappen must be a really good reason to want to keep Perez if you also keep Max Verstappen. I mean, why else would they keep Perez?
he does that, I know for a fact that Red Bull would not be signing Sergio Perez to be knocked out in Q1 and to not be scoring any points.
No, but they maybe sign him to keep Max Verstappen. I mean, come on, think somewhat. Oh, yeah. I already showed you didn't think about when Charles Leclerc got pitted. When they did that on the safety car. They pitted to restart the car and maybe get a good get in some good laps with the hard tires before it starts raining. But then it started raining, and then where Perez was,
and then crashing on his own.
No thinking.
It's just a disaster. I mean, the last.
Your
couple of
thinking
weekends,
is yes.
Of course, you know, there's more blame, in my opinion, to K-Mag than Perez for the Monaco incident. Perez definitely had his part to play in that, to not cause a crash. Here, just disastrous. It's not even as if in qualifying that it was tiny margins. He was a second off of his teammate. So he's clearly, again, lost a miraculous amount of time. That no, he's not worth the loss for Red Bull right now. And I get
not keeping him, will they lose Max Verstappen? And that's an interesting question.
guarantee those clauses will be highlighted somewhere in a document.
Yeah, maybe Max Verstappen contract. It maybe say, if you want still me in Red Bull, Perez need to sit in the other car. Like Lewis Hamilton maybe wanted Bottas to be in the second car.
Just for Red Bull to keep an eye on if this keeps happening.
Yeah, so interesting that we had that conversation yesterday about is there a clause in the contract, and Christian.
It can be, but maybe not in Perez's contract. Maybe in someone else's contract. Wow.
Horner before the race kind of let slip that it is like a 1+1 contract of, you know, second year option rather than it being like he is locked in. Although, like we said, that is the case anyway with Red Bull. They're not afraid to bin him off. I think Perez, you know, Horner alluded to the fact that Yuki had a great season so far. I think Perez is maybe very fortunate that Tsunoda binned it because that is going to be a cross against Tsunoda's name, because if he'd have finished 7th and had another really good result, it would have put even more pressure and they might really start.
I don't think Tsunoda can ever do any pressure. The only Tsunoda can do pressure on, that is why Aston Martin even want to keep Stroll.
Consider it, because the thing with Perez is we go on about the fact that is he going to cost them in the Constructors' Championship because he's not scoring any points. If he keeps having these crashes and binning it in the wall because...
Well, they maybe not scoring any championship if Max Verstappen isn't in the car, so...
Like you say, Monaco, yes, it was Magnussen's fault, but you put yourself in that position when you qualify at the back at Monaco. And then this one was his fault, that it's alright having a stinker of a race, but then smashing your car in, you're costing, in a budget cap era, development. And the Red Bull is not a clear fastest car anymore. It's a very good car, and it might be better on different circuits, but they have been beatable.
Sure, but they will still be... No, they're bad. 4 races per season. That's not bad.
And the last thing Max Verstappen needs is for Sergio Perez to be costing the team the chance for them to develop that car and make sure they stay ahead. So
yeah, it's all well and good Perez costing his own races, but when Max finds out that Perez crashing is actually costing him as well,
yeah, he's not going to.
He's going to then be. Not sure that's probably what we want as a team, is it? Like Max is trying to carry the whole thing on his back.
Okay, but still, Max Verstappen is maybe the one that make Red Bull having to keep Perez, because I mean the teammate. What can you call it? How the team is maybe how Max Verstappen wanted. So losing Perez maybe lose everything that Max Verstappen wants.
On his back. Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting one.
100% green blockfish.
Not a massive one, but still demolishing his rear wing. Those things aren't cheap. So
all adds up.
God damn it.
sad for Perez that he needs to really bounce back in Spain. A lot more of a conventional track.
Looks like one more fish.
Have to perform around there. All the testing we've had over the years. There's no excuses that Perez can't bounce back there. So let's see. Next question. Toffa_8. Should William?
Like you said, why should Perez be really good in tracks that Red Bull is really bad? I mean, the conclusion. I mean, let's see. What kind of racer will happen? Schedule. We have Spain. Yeah. You can say it's perfect. If Perez isn't top 5 in Spain, Austria, and then Great Britain. I mean, you can say Hungary, Belgium, Netherlands, Italy, all these tracks. Then you can maybe question him. But wait until that happens.
Williams replace Sargent ASAP. Right.
Yes.
James Vowles. I know you're probably not listening, but listen up. You say you want 2 world-class drivers. You say you're going to take Williams to the top. It's time to make a very difficult decision. You did it in Australia. You gave Albon the car. You do it again.
That wasn't a tough decision, but sure.
Get someone else in that seat. I'm sorry. It is just as Logan. Oh, Q2. Hello. Where's this Logan Sargent been all along? No, crashes straight in the race. I know it's difficult conditions, but Williams cannot be taken seriously if they are just purely relying on Alex Albon. Logan Sargent, sadly for him, is not good enough.
I mean, I'm going to say the car is good enough for sending them up in the order. Next year, I would say it can be. Then it's more important to have a good driver.
Enough. He's not. He cannot match Albon. He cannot be consistent enough. And a team like Williams...
So isn't it better to have Logan Sargent this year and not wasting more money on one more driver?
Need that more than any other team, really, that are trying to just haul themselves into points-paying positions that are so few and far between. It isn't good enough. If they can afford to rip his contract up and get an exciting prospect like Kimi Antonelli, which I'm sure Toto Wolff would be like, yeah, get him in the car, let's see what he's like, let's get him up to speed. I think that's as good of a route, if not better, than keeping Logan in, sadly.
Yeah, because he's slow, and he's making mistakes.
10 more.
Yeah.
You know, it's all right. It's not all right, but if there's potential and they're binning it in the wall, you go, oh well, you know, these drivers have done it. Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen, they've been through these stages where they have had.
That was nice.
Well,
of you
I
to
said
say
Max
Charles
as well.
Leclerc's yeah, but nice of you to start with Charles Leclerc binning it in the wall. That's really nice of you.
Well, yeah. Put in P1 for you because it didn't happen today. Yeah, Williams. The whole thing with Sargent just hasn't worked at all.
Man, and that's so... It could have been so much more fun in Williams. Drugovich could have been there. Mick Schumacher could have been there. But no, Logan Sargent got the seat. So depressing. I mean, this year would have been perfect if they had Drugovich in the team. Maybe celebrating Artasana. I don't know, maybe bad celebration. The memory of the team that made him crash. But whatever, could be interesting. Or maybe have a livery of that car that also can maybe bring some bad flashbacks about the crash. Or maybe... Well, I don't know. Wait, did Ralf Schumacher... Let's see, Ralf Schumacher was he in Williams? Ralf Schumacher... Williams. Let's see, Ralph Schumacher, where was he? Yeah, he was in Williams. So if they would have a Mick Schumacher in the Williams, then maybe we can have done something fun with the good old times when they were good. Or whatever, how good they were when Ralph Schumacher was in the car.
I know, I'm going to be quite savage.
But no, we had Logan Sargent, and what did that bring? Well, an American from into Formula 1 that have for now just got 1 point. Probably only the last point he also gets.
But I think they rushed him in completely.
True.
They were so keen to get an American driver on the grid with the whole American hype of Formula 1 that he wasn't ready. He was so close. He was so marginal on points. Just let the guy have another year in F2, develop his craft or something.
And bringing Mick Schumacher or Druggerich.
Or spend a year with the Williams team. Like, I know people joke on the pit wall you're not learning anything, but like, you know, FP1s and things like that, and get him more ready, because he's gone in, he's been thrown in at the deep end, and he's not delivered, and things are getting worse and worse.
For the collection.
There's no sign of improvement. He's not even improving his speed. I say this every time, but like, no disrespect to Alex Albon, but Alex Albon is not a Max Verstappen. Like, so he's got to have one race where he's at least beating him, and he's getting absolutely owned by Albon, who's, yes, it's been very impressive, but you've got to have a chance. But he's also pinning it in the wall, and he's just become a bit of a laughing stock, really. So it's a shame to see, because
no Trident.
The guy's career has just not gone well at all.
Well, that being said, I'm sure that I reckon lawyers have been playing some good roles here, because look, I think Logan Sargent managed to secure a second contract, and perhaps even next year as well, because he's out-qualified Sergio Perez 6 times. That is, if you put that just on its own as a fact,
he's out-qualified a Red Bull 6 times.
6 times, and you're telling me you're going to fire me, James Vowles? That is wild. But no, in all seriousness, it's rushing. But it's also just the fact that he hasn't shown the potential. Not one weekend.
And Williams have no faith in him now.
Never seen him doing any good.
The James
100% grey.
Yeah, he is the nicest.
No, 100% light.
Who was kept us guessing the whole time, and he's backed Logan even after incident after incident after incident last year. He was still being like,
can that be a Trident?
Turn things around. We're going to support him.
No.
And now he's literally like, now we're going after
flirting
sides.
with drivers.
Yeah,
he's openly like.
He's literally like, we need a, and even to be like, we need a world-class driver is basically like, you're not like that. He's not even.
No wonder then. No wonder more mistakes come in. You know, Logan's probably just being told, look, you're not going to be here next year. Just enjoy yourself. But how can you when your team principal's turning on you a little bit? So I do feel.
Well, he got. Let's see. When did he? Logan Sargent. When did he start in Formula 1? Let's see. Logan Sargent, I don't care. So 2023. So he got. Like, he got 1 more year than what he should have maybe got. So, man, this is no. This is not much information you can see on this person. It will be forever a lot of zeros. Let's see, I wanna see. If we have something more interesting to see on this person. Yep, more much more interesting information on this person. Oh, let's see. Oh, here we have something. Look at this. 18 points. At least he got 4 years. And that's something. Okay, back to Logan Sargent.
For him, for sure, I do. I think Logan, of course, he would have dreamed to be in
One
Formula
more fish for the
but
collection.
he was lucky to get this season, and
True.
he just needs to have
Yeah,
an
it's
enjoyable
not
time
worth
with it. But it's going to be hard to do that when.
He got 2 years in Formula 1. Be
Next
happy
question,
for that.
Papaya Patriot. Would Lando have won with better safety car timing?
Yes.
Yes. Yes, he would have. As Lando said himself, he can't really complain because this happened in Miami the other way around and Lando won the race. I think that, yeah, I don't know the exact timing of where Lando was when the safety car was deployed, but
Oh shit, let's see. Can I find that? Norris, let's see. Fuck is the mouse there? Where is Norris? Can we see where Norris is? Say 25, let's see. Where do we have the... Okay, now they're going back. Okay, there we have the safety car. And that... Let me see, where is Norris now? Let's see if I can see him. Feel like they 100% missed going with the McLaren car. They look like Norris. There we have the safety car. And where are they now? They're still going. Now we see the map. Let's see, what can I see from this map? So Verstappen. So Norris is now. The safety car is really far away. They must have missed. Let's see how many minutes. That's 15, 30 seconds. Let's see. They have at least more than 15 seconds before the safety from he was on the straight to the for him not being on the straight and getting into the pit stop.
I do find it strange because I also feel like the FIA usually try and deploy things in a fair manner so that there's time for every driver to come to the pits if they need to. Now clearly McLaren hadn't decided with Lando whether they would come in or not, but
nope.
I do find that slightly strange that if it was brought out too late for Lando to make a decision, then it kind of goes against what my understanding of what the FIA do in those situations is. So yes, Lando would have won had he been able to pit under the safety car, but instead he was picked up by the safety car and came out in third place.
Yeah, definitely. It was an unfortunate one for Lando because he was looking incredibly quick, got into the lead, and then it would have been very hard for Max, even though Max had very good pace at the end. We saw how difficult it was going to be to pass, even with DRS, because it was hard on the wet line and things. I think Lando might have just held on to win, so it would have been fine. But the key thing here, and rightfully Lando has just completely acknowledged it, that it worked in his favour in Miami, it didn't work here. And if there's ever a good advert for these things just balance themselves out, because in my opinion Formula One is too scared to kind of let there be a bit of randomness. It's a completely different conversation, but when we say about reverse grids and things like that, the argument always is like, well, Max will probably still win the title and Red Bull will still be really quick and these top teams will win the title and stuff. So that they try so hard to be like, oh, we've got to make it exactly fair, and we throw a VSC so everyone remains in exactly the same position. But sometimes it's sport. You have bad luck and you have good luck, and this is literally the perfect case study of sometimes it goes in your way, sometimes it doesn't, and it's just showing exactly that.
Spoken like a true Max fan who gets
something they should have mentioned, that the safety car is because Logan Sargent crashed. So while Latifi made so Max Verstappen won a championship, Logan Sargent made so Norris didn't win a race.
gained from that.
Wow, I mean, I said the same in Miami, and I
so-called goat
I'm
Tiffy.
kidding. But yeah, but I'm sure Lando Norris fans will be like, interesting.
What is funny is watching Lando, and he was so close to coming out the pits and staying ahead of Max, wasn't he? And he got on the wet stuff, tried to. If he'd have managed to get on the dry line and stayed ahead of Max, he might have been able to do it. And he spun his tyres round.
That was a different moment, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry, that was earlier in the race, wasn't it?
Yeah.
But they were watching that.
Well, I have that up, so let's see. No, man, the memory. Can you see the safety car? They goes in for the pits. And Norris. Oh yeah, it's different time. Yeah, not the. Yeah, now we come out with the. I wonder if Piastri actually. Let's see. Did Piastri slow down more than he should have done? I think he did, but that's how I see it.
Back, and it was funny that they were showing him spinning the tyres up, and he's kind of like laughing about it now. Guaranteed, if he was still on. Not winning a race and Hamilton Miami, it would be a lot more painful, but now he can sort of be like, well, you win some, you lose some, a bit more, even though it'd still be a bit like, oh, that is really annoying.
Yes, I'm sure there was part of Lando that was definitely annoyed when he got out of the car. You could see him sort of debriefing with some of his mechanics and Zach Brown. You could tell that was a win that had gotten away, but it's sport, as you say, and sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. Next question, Dom_EFC. Why did Norris not hang back to allow Piastri
Trident,
DRS
can
on
I
his
get
defense
one?
of the Mercedes? It seemed like DRS was enough to survive an overtake. Well, firstly, McLaren told Lando not to worry about Oscar, I'm pretty sure. So he just was told to drive. But also Lando's trying to chase down the leader. This isn't a case of, I think it was Nico Hulkenberg and K-Mag trying to defend 10th place or whatever it was in Miami and giving themselves DRS. This is Lando Norris in P2, who had earlier on in the race had more pace than Max, and there was obviously a lot of chatter about Max having problems and a stiff suspension and this, that and the other. So I do understand why Lando wasn't playing the team game as such, because he was trying his best to try and catch Max Verstappen. But yes, unfortunately that then allowed for the Mercedes to come flying through, and Oscar Piastri got a little bit mugged, which is such a shame. I don't feel like he gets his rub of the green so far in his sort of time at the front.
I mean, he needs to be better on the tires. Then he can maybe...
Oscar Piastri, he needs a bit of luck, and I'm sure it'll come his way soon.
Yeah, he's so incredibly quick, but he didn't deliver the maximum there. I do think McLaren maybe missed an opportunity. They were fortunate that they had two cars in that race.
One more.
And they could play, maybe a bit of tactics. Like you said, with Lando trying to tow Oscar, it's not like he had no one in front of him, which would have been a lot easier to do, where he could just protect himself, and then if a car comes, you're fine. But also, I know a lot of people will think of the Carlos Sainz thing in Singapore, but it's a lot harder to pass in Singapore, and Lando could have easily backed off, because look how close the Mercedes were at the end to pass him anyway. So if you think that if he would have backed off, they could have lost everything and finished behind both Mercedes. So you are paying a risky game with that. So if they did do it and it went wrong, we'd all be laughing at them. So sometimes in a quite a chaotic race, sometimes you kind of have to do your own race. But what I would say, yeah, you do have to just drive. What I would say is, I cannot believe, and this just maybe just Piastri being too nice, that he essentially got the radio call, and it wasn't saying we're gonna switch, but they almost offered, should we switch? Would you be able to keep up with Max? And he was like, no, let me focus on my own race. No way is someone like Max Verstappen not taking that option. It's almost like, and I feel like Lando would do the same. Like, you kind of need to be a bit more ruthless.
But he maybe not good enough on the tires, so why should he?
Yeah, he's probably thinking more of the team game. But if you get offered a
team or his own race, I mean, he can't defend against the Mercedes. Why should he ruin the Norris race to maybe end up in a somewhat better position for the McLaren?
Free switch on your teammate. I think a lot of other drivers would be, oh yeah, I'm way faster, let me through.
But if he isn't and his tires is worse, why?
100%. But he was kind of like, no, I need to focus on Russell behind.
Yeah, I think also he probably realised at the time, because if my memory serves me correctly, he wasn't really all over the back of Lando, at least when
no, he wasn't.
Team radio was delivered. So I'm sure if he went, yeah, Lando's holding me up, and he's a second and a half behind, you're like, well, try not to.
He was near, but then he kind of dropped back a bit, didn't he? And then he was kind of losing onto him. So. And
yeah, Oscar's just not that kind of guy. I think if he has the pace, he would be like, yeah, sure, but he's not going to try and BS his way to Lando.
He's good enough, so you don't have to bullshit stuff up. When he's bad, he's bad. When he's good, he's good. No need to lie.
And I'm sure Lando would have had his own say as well had they put the request in to swap.
While people like Kevin Magnussen need to lie all the time on how good he is.
Which would have been very dangerous in itself, considering the fact there was a Mercedes hunting him down as well. Next question.
For the collection.
Deco_Y. How clear is that Red Bull no longer has the best? How clear is it that Red Bull no longer has the best car, but Verstappen is just the best driver? I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Max Verstappen, at least in that Red Bull, in the way in which it's developed, there is no better combination. Max Verstappen carries that team he shows it time and time and time and time again, and I do not take any note of people that say that Red Bull is clear. Yes, maybe in Bahrain it was, and that's why he won by an absolute country mile.
It will be clear in every race when it's not, when it's good. The race when it is bad, then it's bad.
Well, now it is not. I am actually convinced that the Red Bull is not the fastest car, and
says the Leclerc Ferrari fan. That was coping a lot on Ferrari and Leclerc. I would say the car is still the fastest overall. Some races that they are bad, but that doesn't matter. If you win 20 races and you don't win 4 races, is that definition that they are slow? No.
it's close. But I think Verstappen is making the difference, especially in races like that, where it's changeable conditions, it's all about the feel. Max is just, he's one of a kind, he really is.
Yeah, it's so impressive that he's managed to win that race when... This is the thing I always mention about that era where Max, every time he got a sniff when it was the Mercedes...
2 more features for the
actually,
collection.
like, take the win. And you've got people like Lewis Hamilton in the interview afterwards basically being like, we could have won that race.
Yeah.
But they didn't. And who won? Max Verstappen again. And Max has got so many wins now, and you will look at that and go, oh, Red Bull. We'll look back on this era and just think that Red Bull.
Yeah. So I counted. If he wins 20 races this season and 20 races next season, he will be 10 races off getting to Lewis Hamilton. So let's see if I counted that right. Most wins in F1. See, 103. Let's see, where do we have Max Verstappen? There, Max Verstappen on 60 now. So let's see how many laps. How many are there left? Let's see, round 10. Round, let's see, 24, you can say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 circuit like Grand Prix left, 15, and we say he will not win Singapore, Azerbaijan, Great Britain. That's 3. We say Mexico, so 4. So 11 more wins. And then we say Great Britain, Azerbaijan, Italy, Singapore, Mexico. We say 5, so 10. 5, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 8. So 8, 16, so 26. 26 more Grand Prix he can maybe done this year and next year win. 86. That's if we have equally many people winning. So 86, but that's maybe too many. Too few races win. 86. 10 or more than 10 races. We can well maybe say that. That is, he's really unlucky not winning more. But yeah, then it will be a fight between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, who will have won more races in a F1 career.
Best car all the time, because oh my word, that stat, he's won 50 races in the last 75, which is unbelievable. But it's not always been, you know, you'll kind of think to that Bahrain race where they were like 40 seconds up the road. The car is not like that. There are other races where, you know, the car's good and bad, and we've seen, no disrespect.
One more, and then we have
64
64.
drivers, and you know, sometimes like the Ferrari's really good, and they'll get a win. Sometimes they don't. McLaren, we've had races, haven't we, where we've kind of gone, oh, McLaren were really, really quick. This was their chance to get a win, particularly last year, and they didn't do it. There's so many races where it's touch and go with Red Bull if they're the fastest car, and sometimes they weren't even the fastest car. And more often than not, Max Verstappen still wins the race. And you can say it's luck and always had a great, you know, fortunate safety car and all this kind of stuff, but the guy's
They're a great race car.
Unbelievable driver.
That I would say. Maybe in qualifying they are not the fastest car, but who fucking cares about qualifying? Is how the race and the end of the race that matter. You can qualify. I mean, I just look at Leclerc. He's qualifying P1, and then who wins? Max Verstappen.
Yeah, he's going to go down as one of the all-time greats.
That's the reason why he destroys all of his teammates. Since he's become this prime Verstappen, he destroys them all.
And
one more collection.
Yeah, like we're all here. There's
never.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's, you know, with the greatest. I know a lot of people go, oh, Perez is absolutely useless, and he's been poor. You can't defend Perez's driving at all.
You can.
There's never any credit to how Max is making these drivers look, because we're singing Albon's praises.
No, I say you can defend him. Doesn't mean you will do a good defense, but you can defend. So don't lie.
Now, and saying what a great driver he is, but he embarrassed Albon. Same with Perez. Perez was the driver that replaced Albon, and we were all like, Perez is the GOAT. He should be in a top team. He's amazing, and he's making Perez look like Logan Sargent at the moment. Like, you know, you've got to give credit to Max as well, because he is just delivering all the time in that car.
You absolutely do. Next question, P1 Patreon member R-Sport. Did George just need to manage his tyres better in each of the stints to win?
Yes.
George Russell and Lewis Hamilton, as Tommy sort of alluded to, both should and could have won that race. George more so, I think, just purely because he started on pole position, he was in the mix, looked like he was quite quick, but made mistakes. Again, Lewis Hamilton said he drove one of the worst races he's ever driven. It's like, Jesus, how bad was your race? Because I saw none of it. I didn't see Hamilton making many mistakes. I don't know if you remember.
No, he was driving behind Alonso the whole race, almost.
Remember any, Tommy, but it was more George obviously having a couple
of... Oh shit, I can also see. Let's see, where do we have... I mean, he started the race behind Alonso. Let's see, how many laps did he drive after? "26 laps, and after the pit stop." Yeah, 26 laps did he drive after Alonso. So that's somewhat funny for him, maybe.
Of big moments, but Mercedes, sad to say, slightly fumbled the bag this weekend. They turned up with a car that got pole and could have won the race.
And they got one podium.
They didn't deliver. Obviously, it was a changeable race. Things were slightly out of their hands at times, but George could have and should have won that race.
I mean, that's so funny. The first podium this season, after Ferrari and McLaren already got a lot of podium.
Yeah, definitely.
And wins.
Mercedes really had a golden opportunity there to win. You don't get many of them now with Max Verstappen and how he's driving. And Mercedes have rarely had a very good car, particularly this year. They've not been all that great. And the problem is that both their drivers, in one way or another, under-delivered. I know a lot of Lewis Hamilton, his fans will say that, you know, there's, after his kind of comment about, you know, he's not going to be anywhere near George, and they're kind of wondering what's happening in qualifying there. But
one more fish for the collection.
Conspiracy theories and things to the side, Hamilton delivered the second fastest lap yesterday in qualifying, and for whatever reason or another, he ended up 7th on the grid when Russell was on pole. But then Hamilton's had arguably the better race because they've almost finished together again, even though Hamilton got stuck behind Alonso for ages.
Yeah, 26 laps.
A good race for half of it.
Yeah, but then as it got towards the end, he looked like Hamilton was going to get a podium, and I was saying on the watch along, look, I was kind of doubting Hamilton the whole race, and this is why he's a great champion, because he gets the maximum out of the car. But then he dropped back, Russell goes through, and Russell had a very scruffy race. It looked like he did great at the start, but made a mistake, went off, almost hit in the wall that he did the previous year. Then of course had the contact with Oscar, which still don't know the result of that yet. Yeah, it's at the very least George should have been P2, definitely, and I think P1 wasn't an option. And these are the things that, like, you need to get these moments and, like, make the most of them, because you don't get many with Max Verstappen.
Yeah, in a Mercedes, 100%. And after Lewis Hamilton leaves, maybe it will even be worse, harder to win a race.
It's another one gone begging, and it's now like 2 years since they've won a race.
Yes, it is. So
was our first podium this season.
Interesting. I'm just reading,
so worth
actually,
to mention.
whilst you were saying that, around apparently Lewis getting in front cost us P2. Apparently George was
thinking they should have been let through, and he spent two. I mean, wait, but didn't George fail the move on Oscar, which then dropped him behind Hamilton anyway? So it was his fault.
Yes.
So maybe, yeah, I don't know, but that's
yeah, you don't
an
know. You
interesting
didn't
bit of spice.
watch
And
it.
speaking of spice, let's talk about Alpine very briefly, because, well, first and foremost, they scored double points, and I feel like that just went completely under the radar.
Not for me. I saw it.
Boy, has our theory been proved.
Which theory would that be, Tommy?
That theory would be that they will not care if they score a point, because, my God, Esteban Ocon was absolutely raging on the radio at the end, and that was because he basically, Ocon towards the end of the race, Gasly was behind him.
2 more.
They asked him to make the switch, and Ocon said why.
I
And they
hate when
basically said, we
fucking
think Gasly
walk
has
the
a
bug
chance
over
of Daniel
what is
Ricciardo,
this?
which wasn't really on. But regardless of it, Ocon said, jog on, basically, and then decided to let him through. And then later in the race, they got to the end. They had the 2 Haas's on their tail, and they told Ocon, basically, we're not going to swap back. And he basically does this really sarcastic radio of like, oh, brilliant, thanks so much, getting very kind of annoyed by it. And then he left his radio on, and the Alpine engineers were like, make sure you turn your radio off. And he was like, yeah, don't worry, I'm not going to comment, I'm too nice, and then turned it off. So yeah, and they were basically being like,
Okay.
Esteban, you scored a point, remember? he does not care. Like, he's raging. Like, those two want to beat each other more than anything, and that just proves the point.
They just Ocon. Come on, don't bring down Gasly into Esteban's Ocon's view of other people.
Doesn't it?
I actually feel as though he was close to almost slamming on the brakes and just giving a Haas a point right at the end on the final lap. Being like, yeah, well, I'm not driving for you next year.
And he might be driving for Haas, yeah.
Can you imagine that? Yeah, sign the contract, boom. I mean, that would have been quite horrific. But yes, that is...
I remember that his contract is over then.
That is flame, but everything burning over there. And they cannot wait. Did you see that Gasly actually liked the thing of Ocon leaving?
Ocon leaving,
Liked by Pierre Gasly.
But that is that whole radio exchange. You can listen to it online. People have like recorded it from like the F1 broadcast, where you can listen to all the radio. And 100% that's a Drive to Survive episode. Like the way they're talking about it, and Drive to Survive must have been absolutely buzzing here in that radio. And that's going to be peak Drive to Survive, where we had this absolutely amazing race, and they're going to be focusing on Gasly and Ocon in P9 and 10 that we didn't even see on the main broadcast. But yeah, another just if you just thought that this race needed any more spice, it just had everything, didn't it? My God,
it really did. It really did. Let's go to biggest
Trident,
winner, shall we? Driver or team? And
yes, it's Trident.
That.
Yeah, quite now. It's Trident time. Is time to try to get a Trident, but I still doesn't get any Trident. It's so boring. God damn it. Give me a Trident. God damn it, this is... fuck me. 5th time? The zombie kills itself, and I don't even get the chance to even get a Trident.
Ooh.
God damn it.
Yeah, it's a weird one. I think it's Max Verstappen.
He won a little bit.
Yeah, he did actually. And actually, he did win because Yuki really messed up there at the end. And that is, as soon as I saw that happening, I was like, no, that... was it Mexico last year where he was really, really quick and he should have just held behind and settled for points? And it's so boring because this is why I support Yuki Tsunoda, because I don't like those kind of drivers that just settle for points.
Yeah.
But when you're trying to impress the big team at Red Bull and Sergio Perez is going backwards into the wall, you need to not go backwards into the wall yourself.
Yeah.
You just get points.
He did.
Yes.
Danny Rick. Yeah.
Danny Rick, I think. We'll give it to him. Obviously, Max Verstappen
I think
is
Max
an honourable
Verstappen,
mention.
Maybe.
And you would think Mercedes finishing 3rd and 4th would be a shout, but no, they should have finished first and second. Biggest loser, Ferrari moving on.
True, Ferrari.
Yeah.
One more
it's
fish.
between them and Perez, but I think Perez got fortunate that Yuki also crashed, because otherwise it'd have been probably fired on the spot. Because I saw the things and like people doing jokes about like them just shredding his contract straight away and stuff. But oh god, he needs to bounce back big time in Spain.
Yes, he does.
If they're shredding his contract, maybe they're shredding Max Verstappen contract at the same time. So
didn't do well.
Maybe they don't want to do that.
Biggest loser Ferrari though, because I mean that is a fall from grace if I've ever seen it. Now let's look back at our predictions that we made and see how we stack up. I am on 25 at the moment. Tommy is on 21. Biggest good surprise, I said Charles Leclerc. So that is.
That's a good surprise.
Quite possibly the worst biggest good surprise that's ever been done on this podcast. So that is surprisingly 0 points.
And I went for Lance Stroll, who actually had quite a good race.
I will
allow it because I'm quite far behind.
No, we're not massing this.
But
This is a
but al-
fair
no, but also
championship.
I do think it is a good
I'll allow
surprise
it.
because look, Aston actually did well, and normally when Aston do well, it's Alonso getting points and Stroll nowhere.
Yeah.
True.
And
No, I'll
in a
allow it.
race that's a wet race, yeah, he was very
Yeah,
close to
you
his
don't need
teammate.
to
He's-
explain yourself anymore. If you do, I might take it away from you. Well
Okay.
done. There's a point for you for Lance Stroll. Biggest flop.
Oh God, you absolute.
I'm not leaving. Biggest flop never left. Monaco was Oscar Piastri Leclerc. I'll say it time and time again. We're back, baby. Sorry, Yuki. I did in the watch along slightly laugh when I saw him going down. That not for his own demise at all, but the fact of
The
my
fact
biggest
of
flop coming
like
when it was
yeah,
the most unbiggest flop ever.
Up until
Yuki
that point,
Tsunoda
yeah.
was not on for a flop. Can we also confirm the biggest flop does not mean the biggest flop of the weekend? It just means a rather large flop. But we're not going to call it a rather large flop because that's rubbish. But
Yeah.
yes, I can't believe I got a point for that. I honestly, Yuki Tsunoda, my guy. Thank you so much.
And can we confirm you get 10 points if you do actually get the biggest flop of the weekend?
Because what was your biggest flop, Tommy?
Because my prediction was Sergio Perez, and he had,
Well done.
for someone that the bar was quite low after Monaco, he managed to
Go through
limbo
that bar.
under it even more. Yeah.
He did. He really did. Well done to you for that one. Pole position, I went for Charles Leclerc. Which
Did
is
not
0
happen.
points. And funnily enough, Tommy, your driver that you went for set the fastest lap, but wasn't on pole.
Yes, that's half a point, surely.
No,
No,
get
it's
in the
not.
bin. Opposition. So yeah, it was George Russell who got pole. Right, our top
Imagine if we
three.
predicted that, by the way.
Yeah, that'd have been amazing. Yeah, it's going to be a dead heat. That
One
was our one crazy prediction. That is a million
Tropical
points if that was
fish.
ever going to
Yeah.
For the collection.
Top three then, in third place, and it was looking good for me, but
Oh,
it's
shit,
no
I need
longer.
to-
Oscar Piastri. That is 0 points, sadly for myself and for Oscar.
It wasn't looking good for me at any point with this one.
Shut up.
P3 I went for Charles Leclerc, which he was
As
actually
if
running third at one point when he was getting lapped.
That's nice.
Second place. Second place, Lando Norris. That is a point. Congratulations to me.
Well done. I also went for Lando, P2.
And in first position, I went for Charles Leclerc. Now, technically, he was leading.
He was leading at one
so
point.
that's half a point. Thank you very much.
There was.
Good.
I
Great.
saw so many people like tweet the graphic. Of,
It was the
like, where
graphic
he
of
was
him leading.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to take that to bed with me tonight, to be honest with you, just so I can think about it.
Pretend it happened. Just
Yes.
watch those laps and just do your own commentary and just put some tape over the timing tower.
Exactly. Done.
Yeah.
Perfect. And
The fuck,
Charles Leclerc's
when
a
did
minute
that
ahead of
happen?
everyone else. Perfect. Right. One crazy prediction. Red flag at some point
I
during
went
the
for Max
weekend.
Verstappen, by the way. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah. No one cares. It's because you'd already put 1 point there.
Actually, to be fair, it was a lot closer than I thought. Because I remember being like, oh, Max is gonna,
One more.
just come back and it would be like a walkover, but it certainly wasn't.
It certainly was not.
Spotty
Let's go to our
brown
one crazy prediction.
line.
I said red flag at some point during the weekend. Did we get a red flag in qualifying?
I don't think we did we?
No, I don't think we did either.
I don't think they red flagged at any point.
God damn it! Show
In
Guan
all
Yu
that
decided
raid
to
and
pop
everything,
in.
crazy.
Show just gave us red flags in every practice session, but
Yeah.
not in the quality. And how Logan Sargent's wasn't potentially a red flag. I feel half a point. Lovely, beautiful.
Nope.
Okay,
I
0
went
points,
for-
fine.
I went for points for Haas. Which
I mean, how that did not end up
Oh,
with them
yeah,
scoring
when
a point.
Magnussen was running at the
11th and
start.
12th.
I know Ocon, you could have done me a solid and just yeeted Gasly at the final corner. And
Can you imagine?
I know we wanted to, but
Yeah,
yeah.
my God.
they were.
So no points.
Yeah,
for
they
you.
were half a second off points, but you don't get a point.
You do not. Three creative predictions from you, wonderful lot. First and foremost, C-Flash Racing. Hamilton wins. I know we kind of half laughed that off, and it could have genuinely happened had
Yeah,
he
madness.
delivered a good race. James Reese, 83. Verstappen in the Wall of Champions. Now, I reckon James could actually argue half a point here because Verstappen definitely hit the Wall of Champions.
He did.
So
hit the
let's
World
give
True.
half a
Champions.
point. Let's give half a point. An 888 Oliver. 5 different teams in the top 5 on Sunday. No, Mercedes ruined that. Sorry.
I mean, there
for-
technically was
and
5
McLaren
different
as well.
teams in the top 5
at
on
one
Sunday at various
point.
points, but not when it finished.
Yeah, let's not try and scrape half points and quarter points for for everyone. But unlucky for Aliwa on that one. And that is it. We're done. That is somehow wrapped up. I'm sure we've missed out about 75% of what happened
you have.
in that race. But
100%.
we've nearly come up to an hour of chatting. Let me just quickly run through in my brain.
No, we need to mention Alex Albon with the greatest overtake of all time.
Yes. And what was he rewarded with? A DNF.
He was rewarded with...
Yeah, thank Carlos Sainz for that. That I'm hoping for some penalty for the next race because of that, but probably not.
Carlos Sainz doing the sim racing move where you spin off, let off the brake and roll back on to take someone out.
I mean, that must be a penalty or something unsafe driving.
I am not for a second saying Carlos did it on purpose. He definitely didn't. But if you
James Vowles did say he wanted Carlos in a Williams immediately, and
he got
Carlos
his
said,
wish.
Okay, then in we pop.
His wish.
So yes, there you go.
Albon's move. Oh my God, glorious.
It was very, very sexy. So well done to Albon.
Until if someone, if Esteban Ogone didn't move aside or something, and they crash, would that still be equally nice? No.
On for that one, and I'm now going to delete this entire weekend from my brain. Tommy, what are your final thoughts?
I'm not going to delete this from my brain, and I think I am going to just watch the whole race again because I really enjoyed it. It's one of those ones where, it feels a long time since, I've been really excited to just watch the race back all the way through because it's just so good.
Well, you do that, and I've got to go watch Monaco again.
Good luck. Good luck staying awake.
I'll watch the highlights, 30 seconds, the start and the end.
30 seconds of it.
Lovely. All right, well, thank you, everybody, as always, for watching and listening to all of our P1 content throughout the Canadian Grand Prix and throughout forever. Thank you, genuinely. This is an awesome job to be able to do, even if I am in complete and utter despair.
You are.
We will, of course, be back with...
Or you're more... Not the type that thinks a lot.
Ratings, which will be with you in a couple of days' time, probably, because we haven't got a race next weekend. We need to digest exactly what went on in that race as well, to find out that Zhou Guanyu was blocked on lap 12 or something, and we missed it.
And you can vote on social media. We'll post.
Yes. So get involved with that. And also P1 Extra, our YouTube channel that we've rebranded from Will Knowledge. Go and sub to that as well.
No, that...
we would love to have you over there. And that is it.
The worst clip I ever seen was on that. Man, that was painful to watch how bad that clip was.
Gonna go to sleep now. So, sweet dreams, everybody. Lots of love. Bye.
One more fish for the collection. The 1,475 big collection. Yeah, go away. Let's see. Now I have... Do I just have maybe one... Yeah, let's see how many... 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Do I want to... Let's see, 10 minutes. Sure. 10 more. One more video that are 10 minutes. Is the race Copion on Mercedes probably. Why Mercedes suddenly the F1 front runner again? They are not.
Given Mercedes
But let's see the Copion from the race before we end this stream.
had a self-described, really embarrassingly crap start to 2024, it's a hell of a turnaround for us to be asking.
Of the one race, let's go to a race when no rain, just dry, and then we can see how good Mercedes really are.
Could it have won the Canadian Grand Prix? After toiling in the early races, Mercedes has now capped a run of increasingly encouraging performances with its first podium of the season. Shock pole sitter and third place finisher George Russell, who fought for victory for much of this rain-hit race, admitted the team's season best performance seemed to come a bit from nowhere in Montreal, but it wasn't entirely a bolt from the blue. Mercedes...
I mean, all stuff Mercedes do come from nowhere, and then it leaves for other reasons. So this performance for them will not last.
Had already shown signs of greater competitiveness in recent races, building hopes it might be getting on top of this rules era after all. Yes, there were
And
factors in
then it
Canada
will
that
go
went
down.
in Mercedes' favour, as intermittent rain led to disrupted practice sessions and a slightly jumbled pecking order. Part of that was Monaco winner Ferrari being out of the picture entirely, and Red Bull not being quite in its comfort zone over the curbs of this circuit.
Yeah, so when they are back, the race definition Mercedes is back is when Ferrari is bad and Red Bull is not 100% good. That's not being back. That's the other teams are bad.
Yet, in any other race this season, it would not have been Mercedes being primed to take advantage. It didn't even have a podium
One
before
more
this
fish
weekend,
for the collection.
let alone look like it might fight for victory. But that's exactly what it did, and to be honest,
Yeah, and will I do it next race? No.
the Canada weekend looked different from the start. Lewis Hamilton looked particularly on it in practice, then Russell took charge, going quickest in qualifying for his first pole in 2 years. This meant the Mercedes was a match for Red Bull for the second time in 2 races, as remember, Russell beat Max Verstappen in Monaco. Here, it was literally a match as they set identical lap times in qualifying.
Wow, he beat him in Monaco. Wow. What a statement. That must been really hard for Russell to beat Max Verstappen in Monaco. Yeah, the future from Mercedes is just going up now.
Qualifying, even though Verstappen went on to win the Grand Prix. In that Saturday dead heat, the two cars did their times very differently. The Mercedes eased clear of the Red Bull in the acceleration zones from the slow corners, while the Red Bull was quicker going into those corners. Some of those differences could just be the chosen wing levels for each car, as the Red Bull appeared to be carrying more downforce. But it could also be the Mercedes' slightly shorter gearing is better suited to punching it out of these particular corners. Inevitably, circuit characteristics and the suitability of them to these two cars were massive factors. Red Bull reckon the low grip...
So, when they go into for another Grand Prix, will Mercedes still be a front runner?
Track caused by so much rain also favoured Mercedes. But again, a track suiting Mercedes and not suiting Red Bull earlier in the season would definitely not have led to Russell leading the first stint and fighting in the lead group to the end. The only question is whether or not more could have been achieved. Russell seemed to overuse his intermediates early on, which eventually cost him vital track position, and
Fuck me! No! I wanted that fish. God damn it. And I will probably still not get a trident. No, I still doesn't. God damn it. Rest in peace. God damn it. This will... That was boring. God damn it. And then I'm still... And then we continue with this copium shit. Fuck
He
me.
also made a mistake later in the race that dropped him behind McLaren's Lando Norris as well. Hamilton probably did the better job of the two in the race.
Yeah, the
but he
front run and the didn't
was
win.
too far out of the picture from the start because of a disappointing qualifying, and he actually lamented his performance as one of his worst ever drives. That was probably an exaggeration, but this was definitely not a Grand Prix either driver could be said to have maximised, which means something was left on the table on the day Mercedes had its best opportunity of the year. As Hamilton said, the car was capable of winning, even though Mercedes boss Toto Wolff played down whether it truly had the pace to. So, given how bad the season started,
Wolff
how
know
did
everything.
Mercedes get into this position, and can it be replicated in future races?
På Amazon
God damn it, then we get this boring Amazon ad. Go away. Man, that was depressing. I hope it wasn't a fish that I didn't have, hopefully. Man, that would be so depressing. Yeah, back to the video.
In future races. The most obvious change Mercedes has made visually to its car lately is to its front wing. Russell ran it in Monaco when there was only one available, but in Canada, Hamilton had it too. If you think back to the beginning of the season, the unique Mercedes front wing design was a big talking point. Mercedes effectively reduced the width of the top flap by having a gap inboard either side of the nose connected by a narrow strip of carbon fibre to satisfy the regulations. That front wing concept is now consigned to history. It would be easy to
No, why is that? Wasn't that a good wing? Didn't Mercedes know what to do?
condemn that design as a mistake, but it wasn't. Early in the year it was a performance gain, but as Mercedes' understanding evolved, it realised a more conventional design was the way to go. And that's all because of the weaknesses Mercedes has gradually worked through. Last year the big problem was a lack of rear-end stability at high speed, so a key development objective was to improve the downforce on the rear. As part of that, the front wing design was conceived to, as Mercedes technical director James Allison puts it, inject some vigour downstream, which means to feed energised airflow to the front of the underfloor. But improving that rear-end instability wasn't just about that. The front wings of these cars can themselves be very powerful in ground effect. Ideally, you want to run the cars low to produce maximum downforce, but if you have the front wing too low, you end up creating excessive downforce in one area, pinning the front of the car and creating a big imbalance. Hence, it made sense to reduce the load of the front wing a little by cutting back that top flap.
Oh fuck me, that was the first fish I actually saw getting killed, and I didn't try to kill a fish with a trident by a zombie. Fuck me.
The trouble that Mercedes has battled this year is that the setup window of the car is too narrow, and often that's meant problematic understeer in slow corners. If corrective action was taken to change that, it led to the return of rear-end instability at high speed. This new front wing has been part of the solution. It also has a straighter bottom edge, and that appears to play a part in it being able to run with enough load and low enough to give good front end in the slow corners without getting too low in the fast stuff as the downforce builds. And part of the reason this works appears to be that Mercedes has made gains in terms of adding controlled flexibility to the wing. That's something rival teams have clearly been ahead on, as after all, while aerodynamic parts have to be rigid, nothing can be 100% rigid. So this is an important art in F1.
Wow.
But
Wait, the fuck are they talking about? The most important upgrade, yeah, copium. Fucking copium, please.
Mercedes' progress is not just about the front wing. There's more to it than that. It is, of course,
Really?
one of the essential changes,
No
but
shit.
it works with the wider floor upgrades. And there have been hints of forward momentum in the races leading up to Canada, indicating that Mercedes finally does seem to know what it's doing. In Miami, there were modifications to the floor body, including
Yeah,
an
after
important
3
change
years.
that we can't see to
True.
the floor roof volume, and changes to the floor edges. At Imola, further tweaks were made to the floor to build on that. Then the front wing followed in Monaco, and the upshot is a car that now runs low and has a wider operating window. Team principal Toto Wolff says Mercedes now has a grip on the car after more than 2 years of what he's called zigzagging. And in Montreal, the Mercedes was the fastest car over 1 lap. As McLaren team principal Andrea Stella said, Mercedes now has such a strong front end that the drivers barely need to turn the wheel to get the nose in. The corner speed range in Montreal is small, so let's hold off on being too definitive, especially as in the past, Mercedes has tricked itself and us with all manner of false dawns, going all the way back to its...
Like this time, the first podium, now the race are coping, that the Mercedes are back and they are not.
First relatively strong weekend of this rules era in Spain 2022, only the 6th round of that season. It's never been sustained, but now rivals are sitting up and taking notice. And when we asked Russell after qualifying if this progress feels rooted in something more real than the previous breakthroughs, his answer was an emphatic yes, 100%. Mercedes now really does seem to know what it's doing and be on the right path.
The fuck you talking? It seems like they know what to do. Okay, do they know what to do?
It's going to need to repeat this kind of performance on more conventional circuits, and Barcelona next
Wow,
up.
they look like they are 100%, 140 IQ. Okay, odd. Do they have 140? No, okay. Doesn't. Okay,
will be
sure.
a big test. There is still much to prove.
Williams look like they are becoming the front runner soon. True.
To make this performance a regular occurrence again. But whisper it quietly, Mercedes just might be back.
No. 18, 20, 22,
the main downside
24.
for Mercedes in Canada was that it didn't have both cars in the lead fight from the start, after Hamilton
30,
yet
36,
again faded
39.
late in qualifying. He was bumped from 2nd to a very disappointing 7th at the end of Q3, which left him running a very different race to Russell. Qualifying continued Hamilton's poor run of form relative to his teammate. It's now 8-1 Russell on Saturdays in 2024, and there have been different reasons for that. Most recently, Russell had a faster car spec in Monaco with the new front wing and had probably underperformed there in practice. Both had the same upgrades in Canada, but again Russell was weaker in practice, learned key tyre preparation lessons from Hamilton's data and improved, while Hamilton made some small mistakes in Q3. The track was getting slower in qualifying, the wind picked up, and the tyres weren't quite in the same happy place in the changing conditions. So Hamilton was neither quite as comfortable in the car nor with the margin of error he had previously. But the pace was there, the execution was just slightly lacking as he made small mistakes on both his Q3 laps. Hamilton also seemed to be consistently braking later than Russell and losing time on corner exit, which indicates he was asking a bit too much of the car on corner entry, possibly based on a feeling from practice that was no longer there, while Russell was a bit more in tune to what the car needed come qualifying. A couple of weeks ago in Monaco, Hamilton seemed to imply he's being held back against Russell and claimed he doesn't expect to beat Russell in qualifying again this year. The suggestion that performance comes away from Hamilton's car specifically was inevitably inferred as Hamilton being undermined in some way, given he's leaving Mercedes at the end of the year to join Ferrari. It's hardly unusual for a driver on the receiving end of consistent narrow defeats to get a little bit paranoid, wondering why it's always them. But maybe we need to invoke Occam's razor, that the simplest explanation is likely the correct one. And that is that it would make little sense for Mercedes to deliberately hold back one of its drivers, and that Russell's just been faster when it's counted. Hamilton's accountability...
Yeah, Lewis Hamilton is bad, he's flopping around. Blockfish, orange. Can I mean, we have orange. Blockfish, orange. Nope.
After the race in Canada suggests he knows this is the case. He accepted he was primarily responsible for his disappointing grid position rather than other factors, and he knows the impact that had on a Grand Prix with big opportunities. The silver lining for Hamilton is, as he said, this Mercedes is clearly becoming a car we can fight with. For him personally, the pace is there to match or beat Russell on Saturdays, and his Sunday performances are not really an issue. What Hamilton needs, in his own words, is to get his head on right. Taking responsibility for his qualifying results is already a step towards achieving that, because nothing good will come from assuming he can't beat Russell on Saturdays, or worse, believing that something is going on to affect that. And there's obvious motivation to take from Mercedes' improved performance, as Hamilton can start to believe that there are bigger results to grab if he makes what are ultimately very small improvements in qualifying.
Wow. Yeah, true. Surely Mercedes is back. Shock face. Was Mercedes suddenly an F1 frontrunner again? No, they aren't. They are not. Now I wanna see how did the fish looked like. We go here, we go here. When did that happen? Can I find it? Probably not. We skipped that. That's so fucking annoying. Betty Magnanta Blue. Yellow cyan. Yellow cyan. Purple lime. Oh my gosh, so many new fishes. Any more blockfish? There we have light blue, light gray. Light blue, light gray. Flopper, 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 flopper. Brightly cyan green. Oh my gosh, so many. Oh shit, orange. Orange Magenta. Okay, there we have the first one. Grey Magenta. Grey. Here we have grey. Nice, we can add that to the collection. Grey Magenta, and then we have Magenta Grey. Interesting. Magenta Grey. Do we have any magnet? We have. Yeah, boring. Black, red. Can we? Do we have an? No, we don't. Nice. Dasher, purple. Oh, both purple. Red, light blue. Red, light blue. Red we have, not light blue. Light blue. Nope. Time for the brown, eller flopper fish. Brown, let's say brown, light gray, gray, pink, blue, purple. Okay, that was more than I thought. Okay, brown. Nope. Light gray, gray. Pink, blue, purple, light blue, pink, light blue, gray. Nope. Nope. Okay, pink. I think we had. Yeah, pink, blue. Nope. Yeah. Did we have Magenta? Nope. What the fuck? Brown, light gray, gray. Fuck. Surely I have gray here somewhere. Do you have gray? And purple. Gray, yellow. Purple, black. Purple, black do I have? Blue, light gray, brown. Blue, light gray, brown. There we have blue. Blue cyan. God damn it. Light gray, pink. Wait, the fuck me, flopper. Flopper, light gray. There we have brown. Brown, lime. True, then light gray. Flopper, light gray. Flopper purple. I feel like I... Flopper purple. Oh shit, the fuck happened? Where did I see purple? Okay, there. Okay, well, light grey, what the fuck is it? Do you have a light grey? Finally. Light grey pink. Okay, time for the glitter first. Then cob. Then we move this back. Do we have any more super? Okay, we start with that. Time for the glitter pink yellow. Pink yellow. Oh fucking, I said that. Pink yellow. Cyan lime. Red, green. Gray cyan. Oh yeah, let's see, what was the plan? Yeah, that was the plan. Then we move all this stuff. Then we can move that green, light blue. Okay, that didn't last so long. White cyan. Nice. Black, light gray, light blue. Nope. Light blue, black. Light blue, brown. Light gray, black. Okay. Time for all this spotty. Purple brown. God damn it. Do we have Magenta? Yes. Nope. Magenta black. Magenta pink. Oh, we don't have Magenta pink. Brown lime, brown, cyan, white, brown, cyan, white. There we brown, brown lime. Oh, there we have cyan. The fuck is purple? There we purple, purple, brown. And then cyan here. Cyan black. Oh, white. Fuck. There we have spotty white. Man, fuck me. White, gray. Time for the stripy fish, blue, red. Oh, light gray. 100% stripy, light gray. Let's see, gray, light blue. Come on, gray, light blue, gray, light blue. David, gray, light blue. Green, black, lime, green, black, lime. There we have green, green, light blue. Green, light blue. Black, cyan. Lime, light blue. Okay. Now it's just time to go through them again to 100% make sure I didn't fail. Blindly orange magenta. Clay fish magenta gray. Purple red. Pink blue. Purple black. Blue cyan. Brown. Brown lime. Brown lime. Cyan. Cyan lime. Green, red, green. Green. Yep. Light blue, brown. Purple, brown. Magenta black. Gray, light blue it looked like. It's light blue, yes. Lime, light blue. Oh, fucking sunstreak. Oh my god. Light blue sunstreak. Lime. Oh my god. Not lime light blue sunstreak. Sunstreak lime. Do we have sunstreak lime? Nope. Lime light blue. What's this so hard to fucking find? Here we have black cyan. Okay, now that's done. Dun, dun. And now we're just placing them down. An orange magenta. Oh fuck me. Was it magenta gray? Purple red. Pink blue. That looked grey. Purple black. Blue cyan. Brown line. Grey cyan line. Red green. Green light blue. Light blue brown. Purple brown. Magenta black. Grey light blue. Lime light blue. Black cyan. I forgot to write down how many. Okay, so okay, 1, 2, 6, 12, 14, 15, 16. Can that be right? Yeah, 16. Minus 16. 79. Is that right? 80. This 9. I can say 89 minus 10 is 79. Oh, one more fish for the collection. Come on, dolphin, give me some booze so I can look for maybe one more fish. And we got one. Let's see, can I go and sleep? Yes, I could. Nice. We need to write that down. 1479. Yep, 1479. That can be closed down. And yeah, and this weekend will not be any Formula 1, so tomorrow, oh not tomorrow, so tomorrow. Yeah, we will see what Formula 1 news will happen this weekend.